It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Oggi siamo in Jazz per presentare il nuovo progetto in collaborazione con Cube Controls.
My name is Mats Fischer and I'm the project leader for the Honda Civic TCR. We had a more traditional steering wheel in, and looking at all the other manufacturers which we are competing against, they all went to this new type of steering wheel which is more GT type. For this reason we could not avoid also to go this direction. We also had to pick a supplier. Cube Control is one of the brands that we looked into which already have experience in racing cars, not only as a simulator steering wheel. And we then started to explore to them various type possibilities. We found out that it was a company that was very dynamic and could customize also the stuff that we would like to use. And I think that the product that we in the end managed to put on the market is very innovative, nice, which is important for us, but also I would say a little bit different from what the other ones are doing.
Sono Nestor Girolami, pilota ufficiale della Jazz Motorsport. Questo è il volante che ho usato tutta la temporada 2023. Abbiamo 16 pulsanti diversi. Dopo abbiamo 2 rotary che con questa possibilità si può accedere al dash in maniera molto più veloce, e dopo sul grip l'opzione di avere dei 32 o dei 30 e questo è stato veramente un'innovazione che Cube Control ha fatto con la Jazz Motorsport per portare la nuova Civic Type R a un livello molto superiore. Ma adesso abbiamo della novità anche per il sim racing. Abbiamo portato per tutti voi l'esperienza del motorsport al sim racing. Abbiamo sviluppato il GTX2 con tutta la tecnologia del motorsport, con tutte le stesse caratteristiche, ma in più c'è lo schermo, 3 rotary centrali che ci serve tantissimo per regolare diverse configurazioni, e abbiamo la stessa possibilità nel sim racing in questo volante di usare il grip di 30 o 32.
Good afternoon and welcome to Thruxton for another iRacing special event. This time something a little bit different. 4 hours at Thruxton here in the TCR cars, ready to go here this afternoon at one of Britain's fastest circuits down in the south of England. This circuit has not really been touched by modern motorsport in terms of changes. It is still as challenging and as fearsome as it always has been. Good afternoon, welcome to iRacing and RaceSpotTV, and welcome along to another iRacing special event here. The Thruxton 4 hours of myself, Ian O'Leary, and Paul Smith taking you through the day with Hugo Louise behind the cameras. Good to be alongside you for this one, Paul. I've got to say, this is not something I've seen very much of, to be honest. TCR endurance racing is done. At Thruxton, not so regularly.
No, not at all. It's not really done at all as endurance racing around Thruxton at all anymore. It's been quite a while since they used to have the Thruxton 500 for motorbikes, so there is a limit on noise as well at this venue. But it's an old school venue, and it's the start of a magical month of June in terms of iRacing special events.
Indeed it is. I know people rave about the month of May, but I prefer the month of June, to be honest. It's 4 hours of Thruxton, followed by 24 hours at the Nürburgring coming up next weekend, and 6 hours at the Glen as well. And don't forget the Spa 24 coming up next month. A summer of endurance racing for you here on iRacing, here throughout the iRacing special event calendar. But as I say, this is something so different to what else we see over the course of the 2025 schedule. Using the 4 TCR cars that we have here in iRacing, the Audi, Honda and 2 Hyundais as well, the Elantra and the Veloster, we are going racing for 4 hours. Qualifying is just about to be setting the field. They've just made their way out there for now, actually, for the start of qualifying. They'll get 2 laps on a solo track across those 8 minutes, and as you can see, we will race for those 4 hours across dynamic weather and all sorts over the course of today. You can run this event solo as well here, Paul. I think that's a bit of a well, it's a strenuous afternoon, 4 hours on your own, but surely we're going to see some drivers doing it just on their own, and some others maybe pairing up.
Yeah, it's how drivers feel if they can keep it going. It's a deceptively difficult track as this one as well. It puts a lot of strain on the car and on the drivers as well, so you're definitely going to be seeing a number of drivers serving drive-through penalties through to the incident point limit. And well, what an appropriate car to cut to in qualifying than Cube Control's Reparto Corsa for this 4 hours at Thruxton. George Tyler coming into the complex then at Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. You're going to be seeing super aggressive driving in qualifying, really using up the car in qualifying. But in the race, the front left corner is going to be a real challenge for these drivers to manage. That front left tyre is going to be screaming by the end of each stint.
Yeah, and just look out for that, especially just over the hour mark, especially early on in the race, whether somebody's gone out a bit hard and starts to drop through the field a little bit as well. But these qualifying laps are going to be pretty spectacular to watch. This is going to be the corner to watch as well. Through Church, wonderfully committed at right-hander, super fast even in the TCRs, and a very good corner of this circuit. As you mentioned, though, this is the iRacing 4 Hours of Thruxton presented by Cube Control, so very fitting indeed that we join in first lap around as the times get set on the board for the first time. There's that chicane that is going to be such a minefield for off tracks that are going to have to be managed as well over the course of 4 hours over the line, and the benchmark will be set. So far it's Scuderia Fermata who have got the best time, with Shuma Fukuyama with WSR Esports Green, Crofton Woodhatch in second place, then Ross McFarlane, who we'd all expect to be up towards the front, currently in third. There is Woodhatch, only 36 thousandths away from pole in the first session, practice session, before we got into qualifying. 21 cars, I think it was, were separated by a second. This is going to be a qualifying session won and lost by hundredths of a second, if not less.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're going to be seeing, much like earlier this year when we had the iRacing 4 hours of Road America, the Road America 500, should I say, you're going to be seeing a lot of specialist drivers that you don't normally see in one of these special event broadcasts in this top split race, because there is a lot of drivers who are very specialist with the TCR. It's a different driving style. A lot of people can't get on with it, as Alex Davidson now goes to the head of the field. I do expect to see that World Sim Racing team be up there towards the front of the field. Ross McFarlane now making it 1-2 for them. Crofton Woodhatch makes it 1-2-3.
Yeah, good opening session for them. James Boumé through the final chicane. The timing changing quicker than you can speak. Over the line, Boumé with a decent time. It's going to be quicker, and it's going to be a top 10 at least. 8th place, just ahead of Lucas Lindqvist. Mark Calvert now just pushed down to 17th in the meantime for Mac Performance Yellow, now down to 18th. Now, where's he going to get to? Around where we saw for James Boumé, if it counts. It doesn't look like it. Oh no, it did count. There you go, top 10. JD Rodriguez through the final section now. This is for good Ferryman. So this is a team currently just down towards the back end of the top 20, and that's a good time. Up to the top 10 as well for Rodriguez by the looks of things, and indeed it is 7th position. So far, almost all of the teams have already set their lap times, but we've still got about 10 to go. 10 people just waiting a little bit longer. There's no real time constraint here. You only get 2 laps, flying laps that is, and you've got 8 minutes to do them, so plenty of time for some of those teams down towards the bottom to actually get their times on the board, and that's what Giacomo Murgia is going to do here for Mac Performance Blue, one of those teams with multiple entries in this race here today.
Yeah, so for those of you just joining, this is TCR cars, so under the TCR spec of regulations, we've got the Honda Civic, which is dominating the field. It's a really good chassis, and you need a good chassis around this track. With that Civic, that'll have really good effect around here. We've got the Hyundais, the Hyundai Elantra and the Hyundai Veloster, and then we've got the venerable Audi RS3 LMS. I believe we've got one Audi out there today. The rest are all the Hondas and Hyundais.
Yep, it's been out for the longest, if I remember correctly, the Audi, and it's unfortunately slipped down the pecking order a little bit. This is Casey Smith for the, going to be easy one to pick out actually, this one, the Team Kamikaze team, number 20. Still got 9 teams without a time. Giacomo Murgia didn't get a time on the board at all. Looks like Lumen Motorsport Flux are not going to get a time on the board either. Same for B56 and also Wild Things Racing. Gaelic Sabo, not sure whether he didn't or it didn't go out at all, or whether he just didn't get a lap in, not sure. But yeah, down towards the back end of the field, and that's a long road back, isn't it? 60 cars in this field. We were talking about it just before. This start's going to be even difficult to get to the end of. Never mind actually pick your way through traffic.
Good luck to you naming the grid as well, because you've got 30 rows to go through and not a lot of time to do it in.
I had thought about that, but I'm glad you've warned me actually, because that is going to be a bit of an ordeal. Anyway, we'll get to that in a while. 56 have now got times on the board, and that looks like it's going to be it, but there are still maybe some times to come through. Looks like Alexander Davidson, though, has taken the pole position for Adidas Racing by WSR. Then it's WSR Esports Green for Crofton Woodhatch, then Cube Controls, Reparto Corsa, 888 rounding out the top 3. So it looks like WSR have got a pretty good stranglehold over this early on. We don't know how the race is going to go, obviously, how it's going to evolve, but it's out of the teams, they've probably got the strongest presence here.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, they've got a lot of specialist drivers. I mean, 6th place WSR Esports, David Baker, he used to be a teammate of mine in touring car racing. So he's somebody with a lot of experience. He doesn't have the one-lap pace that he used to have, but he's got a lot of racecraft knowledge as well in these front-wheel drive cars. So WSR Esports, I do think, are the odds-on favourites here today.
Let's see if they can take it, though, as we have a look at the starting grid ahead of this race. Adidas Racing by WSR on pole ahead of WSR Esports. Crofton Woodhatch, as we said, George Tyler, and then Ross McFarlane on row 2 with Leo Brown and David Baker then on row 3. That is 4 WSRs in the top 6. Then it's Shuma Fukuyama with JD Rodriguez next. Young Soo Moon and Jack Bolton round out the top 10 with Matthew Mayer and then Mark Calvert on row 6. Just over half a second back, James Boumé and Eric Goldner with Lucas Lindqvist and Matt Caruana. High quality row 8 there, ahead of Logan McKinsey and Jay Corley in 18th. Rene Urga and then Kaiki Pirapo is in 20th. Marcelo Reales and Ayrton Reutemann on row 11, ahead of Tobias Signet and Jack Jeffries. 25th is Chris Mitchell, ahead of Xavier Sanchez. Michael Hangtrit and Will Eatwell are on row 14, with Guillaume Hameling and Simon Trendell running at the top 30. Harry Fox and Matteo Di Fio are next, ahead of Andrew Pike and Matthew Resper. Then it is Stephen Walker and James Corban on row 18. Jacob Behrens and Major Monsivis is in 38th, ahead of Isabel Matthews and Casey Smith running out the top 40. Justin Marcel and John Babineau are on row 21. Joel Derenso and Niels Bockhart are next, ahead of Lewis Clark and Diego Villarreal de Leon. Then it is Richard Dempsey and Lars Riel on row 24. Patrick Elkstrand down in 49th, ahead of Oris Zillensas. Then it is Dylan Freckleton and Taurus Vosberg, with Casper Bruscher Anderson and Matt Malone on row 27. 55th is Caleb Middleton, ahead of Pascal Ferreira de Santos Costa. Giacomo Murcia was the first not to set a time, along with Andrew McGinley, Byron Falcon and Gergely Gonzabo, who's going to be starting last, picking his way through the field. 59 overtakes to be made for him this afternoon, if at all possible. That is the grid. 60 cars in the field. There's got a formation lap. If I'd have known that, I might have gone a bit slower. But anyway, we've got through it. 60 cars in the field. It's a nightmare to get through at the beginning, but not as much of a nightmare as this start is going to be. Look how far the field is going back through the final chicane. This is going to be a wild opening lap.
It's going to be carnage before we even get to the green flag, I think, for those towards the rear of the grid, because the front of the field will be reaching the start line. It'll be going green and everyone will be racing into that final chicane at Club. But you look at it's fast sweeping corners around here. There's not really a straight to give a name to. 33 degrees track temperature. It's not the worst temperature it could be. It's not the coolest that it could be, and the drivers, as I say, that front left tyre, I think you're going to see some teams pushing at the start, putting a lot of effort and energy through their tyres early on and then struggling towards the end of a stint, whereas those that can look after the tyres early on will really come to the fore towards the end of stints, and that could be really crucial. We're expecting 2 pit stops here today because unlike say like GT3 and GT4 machinery, these TCRs can go a lot longer on their fuel tank, so we're expecting a 2-stop race here today.
Just quickly as well on that track temperature, you mentioned before that the front left tyre is going to be the one to have a look at no matter what the conditions are. But is 33 degrees going to strike fear into the drivers particularly, or is that still going to be manageable? It's still going to be as difficult as it was before, obviously, but still on the manageable side.
I think it's going to be I think everyone would have wanted to have seen 19, 18 degrees track temperature. Given that we are in the UK, that is what you would expect as well for a track temperature. But this track, we've seen it time and again in the British Touring Car Championship. The front left, it can have real issues, and that's why they actually run a special tyre for this track in that championship. But yeah, 60 cars heading through Church on lap 1 is going to be absolutely crazy.
It is, absolutely. Well, it's 59 who are actually starting at the moment, because Mark Calver, I can't help but notice, has dropped back to pit lane, if what I'm seeing is correct at the moment. So that could be a shame for Mag Performance Yellow, or depending on what's happened to them. Mark Calver qualified 12th, but everybody on the outside row will shuffle up 1. Anyway, into the final chicane. The 4 hours of Thruxton about to get underway. TCR Endurance Racing here in an iRacing special event in the south of England. The green flag is waving and we are underway for 4 hours of racing as Alexander Davison does not wait around to get this race underway. Here comes George Tyler meanwhile on the inside in towards turn 1. A relatively stretched out field coming through the opening corners of this racetrack down in towards the first braking zone of the race. Tyler is not going to quite get through there. Crofton Woodhatch will survive on the outside but not survive. There's already an incident down at the first chicane. Cars off down the escape road.
Well, everyone made it through the club chicane at the start of the race, but it's Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave at the complex that's caught people out. It usually does at the start of a sprint race, let alone a 4-hour race here. But this is drivers trying to duck and dive and try and get whatever positions that they can do in the early going. Scuderia Ferryman, by the way, JD Rodriguez, up 3 places into the top 5 here, so he's absolutely on one to start with.
Look at that. Just pause it for a moment because that is a wonderful camera angle. It's a great shot through Church. Oh, and a big slide for somebody. They'll save that probably with a bit of throttle control, but goodness me, they still keep coming. When does it end? Here we go, finally. Some more slides as well on cold tyres, by the way, further down the field, but goodness me, that's a great camera shot, isn't it? Through the most committed corner on this circuit. It's a wonderful corner, as I say. Through the end of lap number 1, Alexander Davidson leads by just over a second ahead of Crofton Woodhatch. Then it is George Tyler who's still third ahead of Ross McFarlane. In fact, it's a really long group actually, all the way down to 11th place, where you can see that battle already between Altitude Freem Esports and Sim Racing Grid Phantom in towards the chicane for the second time. On board with Harry Fox, with not many places for him to go as he watches battles up in front of him out of Seagrave and onto the flat out section again here. It is going to remain busy like this for quite some time yet.
Yeah, it's going to be until things spread out. Oh, a little bit of contact there in front of Harry Fox there. Terse flash of the headlights then from the Civic driver in that Cataclean livery. But certainly people, as I say, they're trying to take advantage and trying to move forward in this race, and being on the outside at Church is not the place to be because it just allows people to get the run on you, using the slipstream up the hill towards the club chicane. End of lap number 2, and yeah, Harry Fox under some pressure from the TSRC car now down the inside. Yeah, certainly been a busy start to the race, and one driver towards the rear, Mark Calver, who started from pit road, he's way off the back of the field. He's not getting any of that slipstream at all. That'll hurt him in the early stages.
Yeah, already 40 seconds off the race lead. That's what a disadvantage it is. We have had 3 pit stops at the end of the opening lap, by the way. Told that Mark Calver, by the way, couldn't start because his engine couldn't start for some reasons, presumably some sort of wheel problem. But anyway, we have had, as I say, 3 pit stops. W2 Pro GP TCR, Goldner, who came into pit lane. Simon Trendell still there, and so is Oramus Zilinskas for SRB Motorsport. So 3 pit stops at the end of the opening lap, but I think that's a lot better than some people feared actually what was going to happen here on the opening lap. This is one of the reasons why there is the W2 Pro GP car that got spun around. Only a minute 15 damage in the end, but they certainly could have done without this.
Yeah, 3 into 1 into the complex doesn't go. There was a famous incident that happened there back in 1996 with Joe Winkelhock and the 2 Renaults of Alain Menu and Will Hoy getting together into the complex at the start of the race in a very similar fashion, it must be said. So it can happen into that complex. But now drivers, they're 5 minutes into this race, they'll be starting thinking, right, let's get into a bit of a rhythm. And that's what happened further back to Team Chimera. Oh, Simon Trendell will be spitting feathers at that one, but he is back out of pit road now.
Yeah, that was a bit of bowling, unfortunately, down at Campbell. It's a bit of a shame for all those involved, but as expected, pit stops early on here. This is on board with JD Rodriguez, who I think has just slipped through on the inside, yeah, indeed, of the 478. So up to 8th place now for the Scuderia Ferryman Honda. Now through Church. Again, going to be great to watch that over the next 4 hours. But slipstream trains are starting to break apart here at the front of the field. In fact, the top 6 have only got 1 second gaps between them, apart from in only a couple of cases. Ross McFarlane is just in behind George Tyler, and so is Leo Brown. But other than that, the top 6 surprisingly spread apart.
Slowdown penalties are going to be a big thing, and David Baker just got one at the chicane. That is going to be the big talking point at the chicane. You're not allowed to cut as much of the chicane in real life. Motorsport UK are really tight on the track limits through that chicane in Full Metal Racing, whereas here today, iRacing, they're a little bit more lenient. And yeah, David Baker serving a slowdown penalty. We're going to be talking about that all race long, that is for sure. But as I said, it's a different driving style with these cars. Front-wheel drive cars, but the majority of people who use the iRacing service have never even tried one of these cars. I encourage you to do so, because once you get your head around it, it is so much fun. You can have really close, exciting racing, even in the fixed series, the fixed setup series as well. So I encourage people, I implore people, do go and try out the TCR.
Yeah, it is always great racing. Although, to warn you, if you've never driven front-wheel drive cars in a sim racing capacity before, then it does take some getting used to. I've driven for years and I still couldn't get my head around it. It's very difficult, but yeah, it is a lot of fun when you get it right and you get racing like we are here as well. This is one of those groups just towards the back end of the top 10. As you say, David Baker just lost a couple of places because of that slowdown through the final chicane. You know, a lot of the talk has been about incidents and the amount that you can have, only 20 over the course of 4 hours here. However, I was hearing from some other people about how that slowdown might be more of a factor even than the incident limit itself, as Giacomo Murcia is off the road, and that sounded like an engine blown to me.
That was an engine blown. He's going to have to tow that back to pit road, and that's going to be game over. And with how that car was in the tyre wall there at Club, I think we could put 2 and 2 together and say he got some assistance there.
Yes, we will have a look back in a moment, but that certainly did. Oh, there's someone else off there to the right-hand side. Just saw the back end of a Honda, but not the rest of it. So I don't know what was going on there.
That was Guillaume Hamlin for Cracked down at the complex.
Yeah. He's back to pit lane as well. Let's have a look at the one at Club, though, first of all. Oh, that's bold down the inside, and that's a bit of contact, big bit of contact with the wall for Giacomo Murcia. Maybe a little bit too ambitious. There is Hamling into the wall, and that was, well, he'll feel hard done by about that, and rightly so as well.
Yeah, and he's got the engine blown as well, so that's pretty much day done for him as well. So that is a real shame to see. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a teammate of his. But there we go. That's the correct representation out of this race, unfortunately.
Yes. Unfortunately, that is a bad early start for Hamling and the Cracked Racing team. Goldner, in that case, has gained about 4 places. We've not actually made any overtakes. That's what you can achieve if you just stay in the game here, stay in the race, even with just a minute or a few minutes pit stop here. Obviously, some of those repairs are going to be a little bit longer than that, but even with just a few minutes, you can really start to gain place again. And I can see in the final hour, this race, you know, still being very busy in terms of cars on the racetrack, but lots of lap cars, lots of damaged cars trying to get to the finish. I think is going to be the theme of the race towards the end anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be a big talking point, is traffic, because where do you actually get by traffic? It's actually quite a wide track, is Thruxton, to be fair. It's the old external perimeter roads around. This is an old World War II airfield, like many tracks in motorsport in the UK, and Andrew Pike's just going to get 2 freebies here, because both of those cars have got a slowdown penalty at the Club chicane, and the TSRC driver says, "Thank you very much, chaps, I'm off."
The gap was closing there. I was a bit fearful that the gap was going to shut completely, but he's gone straight through the middle and he's got 2 places. This is Tobias Siegner on board with the Epic Sim Racing red car. And look, there's just battles everywhere at the moment. Everywhere you look, front and back, from whoever you're watching, it's all happening here. This group goes, by the way, all the way down to 31st. We're on board with Stephen Walker in 26th. And he's in a group headed by Andrew Pike at the battle we were just watching further up front. This is just remarkable stuff here early on, but we are only 10 minutes into a 4-hour endurance race. That is what it's going to be like here this afternoon. This is Javier Sanchez. Very good run indeed on the way towards Church. He's on the inside line here. Somebody's going to have to yield at some point, but who is it going to be? Sanchez on the inside line is going to get the place, in fact, in the end. And Young Soo Moon has actually lost a lot of places since the start. That missing front end probably has something to do with it. 3 wide down on the way towards the final chicane. That's going to be a bit hairy. And in the end, they aren't quite going to go 3 wide, or are they? The number 1 car stuck up on the outside, almost into the grass, loses another couple of places, another 3 places. The number 1 car in big trouble here.
Yeah, that you basically just got freight trained there down the order. Did Young Soo Moon, and again another place just lost now for him. This is great stuff. You would think that this was one of the 15-minute sprint races that you have in the fixed TCR races, which we've been having all week here at Thruxton. But this is fantastic to see further down. It's not helping them, though, catch up to those in front. So, yes, it's exciting for us to watch, but it's not helping each other out throughout this race.
Exactly. It's a case of what you're here for, whether you're trying to win or just have a good battle out there on the circuit. Well, at the moment, it might be difficult for anybody other than Alexander Davidson to win this race. He leads by 2.5 seconds or so. Last time around, the 15.8 was quicker than almost everybody, apart from Crofter Woodhatch, who did go a little bit quicker. This time, though, Davidson back into the 15.6s. That was his fastest lap of the race so far. Might have even been the overall fastest lap of the race so far. And he will extend the advantage. There he is, out front, just over 2 seconds, in control. And he's done a good job, actually, not to fall into a trap that a lot of the leaders can do around this circuit and in TCR racing, which is towing the rest of the field around all day.
Yeah, he's been fortunate that he's been able to move forward. I have seen people commenting about the fact that the top 9 in this race are all Honda Civics. It's a chassis circuit, is this? A lot of people think, oh, it's the fastest track in Britain, so therefore you've got to have the ultimate top speed. You don't. You need a really good chassis around here, and that Honda, 1, it is rapid, but 2, it's rapid through corners, and it can really rotate well and controllably. So that Honda is actually suited to this track. You see it in Full Metal Racing as well with the Honda. It really is suited to this track and the chassis on that car.
It's certainly the car of choice here this time around. On board with Lucas Lindqvist. He is applying the pressure in that group that we have been watching for a little while now. Signa is just in front of us. Look at that, it stretches all the way into the top 20 up in front of us here. To Chris Mitchell in the CSX Racing car through that final corner, avoiding a slowdown on all occasions this time round. Not sure if George Tyler did or not, but to whether that's somewhere else. But Ross McFarlane has just jumped into 3rd, and just up in front, that is Hansrick under pressure. Michael Hansrick under pressure from Will Eatwell, but not able to quite get past for Carlson's for that time round. Rather bizarre place to actually get side by side for the first time there. But anyway, Eatwell managed it. He didn't manage to get the place, though, in behind that Elantra. And that's just allowing a small gap to open up in front as well. But so busy out there, and so far not much cooperation in terms of trying to catch people in front, like you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to make a move around this track, you need to set it up with the exit through the club chicane, because you're setting people up then for the complex at Campbell Cobb and Seagrave. That's the favourite way of doing the overtakes around here, is getting that move done into the complex. Otherwise, then you're just holding a line, and when you're in a slipstream train like these guys are, they can't really get the slipstream to catch up to the car in front into this club chicane. You mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, a track that's pretty much untouched for a long time. 1968 this layout of Thruxton came to be, and all they've done really is just improve safety measures here and there. They've changed the curbs at the chicane because the British Superbike Championship, which is one of the big 2 series for this circuit, this particular venue, they need those lower curbs for the bike racing around here. So they've changed those curbs over the years as well. But other than that, the actual layout itself is pretty much as it was in 1968.
Here's Gigli Consabo on his run through the field, by the way, and here's Mark Calver doing the same. It's Consabo just in front of us here as we're on board with Calver, and in front of everybody, Niels Buckhurst just in front in 7.33, jumping over that curve there at Seagrave, pretty aggressively hit for Calver. But I think these two are going to be two of the races to watch here today. They are starting down towards the back of the field. Calver's actually shown he's already got good qualifying speed, and even Consabo is putting in his back pocket at the moment into 48th. He's only made 12 positions so far, but he's got a lot more to go, and he's going to be a very exciting driver to watch over the course of this race, because I reckon he could get back into the top 20, top 10 maybe even.
I like Mark's setup, by the way, and it's great to see some of our drivers giving us a look at their setups here. I love the screens going through all the different shots. Oh, that's a late move into the club chicane. Made it work, though. My goodness, that was brave. There's a yellow flag. This car's off. Oh, now that was on the exit of the chicane. I think Never Going to Win Racing was one of those cars.
Yeah, CSX Racing was another one as well. The car that was heading the group for about 20th place. I wonder whether that was contact with that group in the last couple of moments, but we'll find out with a replay shortly. It was notable, though, the way those cars were buried in the barriers. Oh, dear. It's a bit... Oh, no, it's already happened in front of us here. The Ford car, a bit of an innocent bystander in that one. Unfortunately, that is... the 5 name to blame car. Some of these team names, by the way, hilarious. That's Pascal Ferreira dos Santos Costa, who was in the wall there. But Casper Russia Hansen's the first one who finds the barriers, and he can't quite escape quickly enough.
And you know what? To be fair to him, he's held the brakes, just trying to be predictable so that people can try and get round, but it's so difficult to change your line on the exit of that chicane. And this battle for 22nd, by the way, is still ongoing. Oh my goodness, Stephen Walker getting stuck in here. I've raced against Stephen many a times in official races in the TCR. Yeah, this is a great battle pack, but as we've been saying all along, they're slowing each other down, unfortunately.
They are, yep. It's happening all the way down the field here, unfortunately. Unfortunately for those who want to get a big result, that is. Lucas Lindqvist is a driver I didn't expect to see down in 25th, to be honest, when we started this broadcast for WSR Esports, but there you go. Currently well outside the top 10, where I think he'd be more likely to find himself. But anyway,
he was involved in that incident at the complex on lap 1. Remember?
Oh, okay.
He got involved in all of that, tried to take avoiding action, and yeah, it's put him down the order. So it'll be interesting to see how he can move forward in all of this.
Yeah, thanks for that. I didn't spot him actually in all of that. But yeah, that does add up. There are some still long stops you just saw there briefly still happening down on the pit lane. Unfortunately, we may have lost cars already, but we'll get back to that. Lindqvist has got a very good run through the final chicane this time, but nowhere to go with it almost. He's been shown the outside line by Tobias Signer just up in front of us, but that's not going to happen through turn 1. It's going to have to be at the complex instead, where he can maybe find himself down the inside here. He'll hope so. Has he got the line? Has he got enough of his car alongside? It looks like he has. Signer actually was pretty nice to him, pretty generous, let's say. Yes, yeah, there we go. That's the word I was looking for. Lindqvist pretty easily through.
But did you notice how that was all set up from the exit of Club Chicane? Lindqvist, yeah, great run through the Club Chicane, forced the car to go defensive into Allard, and then that just then sets you up nicely. And Heike 360, I commentated on Xavier so many times this year in the Porsche Esports All-Stars events. It's great to see Heike 360 out there, and if you are Spanish speaking, do check out his channel. He's putting out some great content.
Yeah, unfortunately I no comprende, so but yes, there we go. Spanish speakers can listen along. This is into the final chicane again. It's the biggest group on the circuit from 21st all the way down. I'm looking at the track map actually at the moment. There's very little gaps on the circuit anywhere here. There are a few spaces, but really few and far between. And this is only 20 minutes into the race, don't forget. In about an hour's time, we'll be seeing our first pit stops of the day. I want to ask a little bit about what the fuel situation is like around here, because we talked a little bit about tyres already. How much benefit or how much requirement is there for these drivers to actually sit in the slipstream for a fuel saving game? We've already talked about it in terms of trying to keep in touch with those in front of you, but is there any requirement to fuel save here? Is it really worth sitting in and fuel saving here around this circuit?
I think if you're doing fuel saving, you're going to be saving that front left tyre, which will be beneficial towards the end of your stint. You're going to be seeing some people taking enough fuel to take just front tyres. It's 40 litres is a free pit stop for front tyres. 80 litres a free pit stop for all tyres. The rear tyres on these cars don't actually get worn out that much here, so you're going to be seeing everybody focusing on those front tyres. With it being an expected two-stop race, you're really going to be seeing people looking at maybe getting just some fronts at one point, because it is one tyre at a time whilst you're getting your fuel stop done. But fortunately for these drivers, they can get tyres done at the same time as fuel, unlike with some other cars, as issues further happening right here with slow down penalties in this field.
There's all sorts happening there. Kedwin Middleton got one, then Richard Dempsey got one as well. It was all happening. And this is Logan McKenzie in the meantime, in 13th position. This is one of those groups for the last spot inside the top 10 that you can see here, by the way, and his teammate's currently got that. Muffin Mayer is currently in 10th place for Sim Racing Grid Phantom. You can just see him heading the group. Scuderia Fermata just in behind McKenzie here. You can see the battle for 10th. Oh, that's a big slide. Very big slide for Ashima Fukuyama. And, well, he had a good qualifying, did Fukuyama, but unfortunately this race has not gone quite as smoothly for him. Now down to 14th in the field. We've seen quite a bit of change actually, certainly in the top 10 since that qualifying session.
Certainly have, and a benefit of these cars being front-wheel drive is if you do end up with an oversteer moment like that, you just bury the throttle, because you just drag the front end of the car around with those front tyres. So yeah, that can bail you out of slides more often than not, being able to fire up those front tyres. The rear tyres are just there to stop the back end from scraping along the ground here in these cars. But yeah, Fukuyama, I was hoping that we'd see a bit more from him, with him qualifying in 7th place for this race. But yeah, as you say, getting caught out in a few things and dropping down the order has really cost him in the early going. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he goes the rest of the race though, because as we say, there's still 3 hours and 37 minutes to go in this one. It's a long old race.
It is a very long race. Achievable solo, of course. You can race this event solo. In the later time splits, obviously you've missed this one, but in the later time splits, solo racing is very much possible. We have certainly got a couple of drivers doing it. I'm presuming Matt Malone is going on his own, given his team name. So Matt Alone, which I think is quite good. But he'll be on his own along with some others, I would expect, over the course of the day. This is Casey Smith down in 32nd, just in front of Young Soo Moon and Justin Marcel as well. I would imagine that, yeah, this is the number one car still going backwards here. I think Young Soo Moon was inside the top 10 in qualifying, if not very close. Certainly wasn't outside the top 30, which is where the Mag Performance black car is now.
Yeah, qualified 9th. Did the number one car, so Mag Performance Black, just going backwards. And around this track, with it being the fastest track in the UK, you need that aerodynamic performance to be working as designed. And when you're missing basically the front bumper from the car, it's not going to be working as designed, so you're going to be down on top speed, which around here is just, you're basically asking people to go by you. Yeah, it's suboptimal. That's the phrase we always like to use, suboptimal. But right about now, if drivers have been pushing in these early going, they'll start be feeling that front left tyre and be thinking, I've got to make this tyre last another 50 or so minutes yet before my pit stop. I might need to start looking after it.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, there's another slowdown. As I said earlier, we're going to start to know, even in the next half an hour maybe, who's gone out a bit too hard here and who begins to suffer just a little bit. There is the Audi in the field, John Babineau, for the locked-in racing team. Number 65 is going to find its way into the top 30 by the looks of it, down the inside of the combustible Lemons car, and there goes John Babineau into the top 30. I've got to say, I'd love to see the Audi get a good result out of today, but it's a long way down already, and the battles continue. These guys now nearly a lap down already because they're fighting so hard.
Yeah, your race leader is just coming up to the back of some traffic that have been down pit road, but sausage rolled it with the Greg's livery, the Greg's inspired livery. Dylan Freckleton, that's an early contender for livery of the race, I think, is that one. He is at the back of this queue of cars in 43rd, but you look ahead, Delta Sport Simshop TCR, Cade Middleton in 40th place has gained 15 places in all this. B56 Byron Falcon 21 places gained, and Lumen Motorsport in 35th 23 places gained. They're some of your biggest movers in this field in the early going.
Yeah, Andrew Pike, I thought there was a crash course there for those two cars on the way towards Campbell. They've got away with it, and into the final part of the complex, Seagrave Pike is going to get the position. The flash of the lights afterwards, I don't know quite what that is supposed to be indicating, but Andrew Pike makes the pass on number 95 and now moves up into 19th position. I'm not sure whether that was a flash of the lights as if to say, what are you doing, overtaking at this stage when we're trying to catch those in front, or whether that was something else. But Pike is into the 19th position now, just in behind Ayrton Ruterman, who, as I saw a comment earlier, it's a great motorsport name for motorsport anywhere. So there you go. He's in 18th place, just in front of Andrew Pike, who'll be looking to come from him as well. But they're already, by the way, over half a minute off themselves off the lead. We talk about those at the back of the field being lapped already. Those guys already over half a minute back as it continues. 4th place this time. Leo Brown gets past George Tyler, who's begun to slip and slide a little bit in the last 10 minutes.
I think it was a slowdown penalty. There was about 4 of our top 10 that lap got a slowdown penalty, so issues for them in this one. And Alexander Davidson has lapped somebody, so he's starting to work his way through lap traffic. So in the next half an hour or so, I would expect some of those battle packs that are going on are going to be affected by your leader coming through, and that's where it's kind of similar with the Spa 24 hours. It's all one class of car, so it's a bit more difficult to make your way past than if it was a multi-class race with cars that were significantly slower.
In towards the final chicane. In the background, this for 14th place, Jack Jeffries and Shuma Fukuyama. And no, that single file that time round. Fukuyama keeps the place ahead of the Altitude Free sports car. There they go over the line again to start another lap. We're going to be ticking off the laps very quickly here, by the way. 4 laps every 5 minutes roughly round here, just a bit less than that. So, well, you do the maths. That's going to be a lot of laps over the course of this afternoon, that's for sure. In this race, 4 hours of Thruxton, the iRacing special event, which is a little bit unusual compared to some of the others, but enjoying it so far, I've got to say. Hopefully the battles continue the way they are at the moment, but maybe later on we'll get a battle for the race lead. 4 seconds is the gap for Alexander Davidson. WSR have got their ducks in a row now because Ross McFarlane is in 3rd place and Crofton Woodhatch is in 2nd. Wonder whether those two can work together, at some point here, and maybe start to catch the leader. But traffic's going to be the big problem. That wasn't great lap trafficking there, I'm afraid, from whoever that is. That's Crofton Woodhatch getting brought to a complete stop there, and he's lost about a second in that exchange.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about with lap traffic. It's just affecting things as they're coming through.
Oh.
So that's the 557 that had the big moment into the chicane. That's at Lars Veal in that BMW M Plower team in the Hyundai Elantra. And, well, he's going to allow them to go through. It's great to see Lars, by the way, out there today. But yeah, the WSR Esports and then the Adits Racing by WSR, they working through that lap traffic. But yeah, just a little mistake into that chicane can cause a big issue. We have been asked a question in one of our stream chats, by the way, of Thruxton only has 27 pit stalls in real life. How is that going to work here today? Well, it's kind of like with the Nürburgring 24 hours in that they share the pit stalls and get those pit stops done on pit road. Fortunately, in the sim world, you can actually share the pit stalls consecutively, at the same time. Whereas in real life, you'd have to do a bit of manoeuvring to try and use those pit stalls. But yeah, that's how we're doing it here today.
It's going to be a traffic jam at the end of the first stint, that's for sure. I think, what does that mean? 6 teams are tripling up? No, that can't be right. Anyway, is 18 teams have to triple up or something? Anyway, there's a few boxes that
maths you can count on it.
Forget about it. Can't do it.
You were right the first time, by the way, because 27 pit stalls, double that up, that's 54. So it would only be 6 teams that would be tripling up.
Okay, 6 teams in 2 stalls, tripling up. Right, okay, there we go. But the way that iRacing works is that since it goes back to the start every time, it's actually the teams that qualified on the front row, if I'm not mistaken, that will have to be with 2 other teams. Now, we have already got retirements in the race, and so that will quieten things down a little bit on pit lane in the next few moments. When we get to the pit stops, of course, that's quite a while away, but even so, it is going to be very, very busy down there, and finding your pit box and the lollipop man, for want of a better word, is quite difficult sometimes when it is so crowded. So we'll monitor that when we get to the stops, but there's still some time away. Here comes Andrew Pike down the inside in the meantime for 18th position in the field, alongside Ayrton Ruterman, and we'll go through pretty easily. This is Pike really coming through the field nicely. I wonder whether he took the first half an hour a bit more carefully, look after those front tyres. Now he's starting to push on a bit.
The 95, though, got a great run because those two went side by side through Church. They both had to compromise their lines, and that meant that the ACLAP racing team were able to move through into 19th, so able to follow Andrew Pike through there. But it gave them a great run to try and move forward there. But you're absolutely right there. Pike has been just working his way forward. TSRC are one of those teams that know their way around a TCR car, so do keep an eye out for a team like that to be moving through the field through this race.
Yeah, they are so far running quite well. Just over half an hour gone in the 4 hours of Thruxton here this afternoon. 7 seconds now the lead for Alexander Davison. He's got through the traffic a lot better than those chasing him. Here's Logan McKinsey just ahead of Jay Corley in the 89 car. I think he's running on his own based on his team name. This is Matt Caruana in the meantime trying to get past one of the lap cars as well here, just out front. At the moment we have got 46 on the lead lap, but still 53 at least running out there on the circuit. So already inside the first 35 minutes we've got fairly significant traffic here, and based on what we saw earlier, it's playing a big role. McKinsey's not going to get through before the complex, and so could lose time here to those 3 queuing up behind.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. But yeah, it's as we said, it's not the easiest track to actually make a move on, and when you do make a move on, you're compromising each other when you make that move. And going through lap traffic, you would hope that lap traffic is just going to hold its line and be predictable in all of this. But when you're similar speed cars, I mean, we were saying, with the practice session, 21 cars were covered by a second, so very similar in terms of times throughout there through this 60-car field. Okay, we've got 53 running at the moment, but still, that's a significant amount of cars running through here, and yeah, it's going to be tricky working your way through and picking your way through traffic, as there's that position swap then. Logan McKenzie moving forward to 12th place, although that's a compromised run through Club Chicane. That's going to give the inside into Allard's.
And McKenzie is going to be under... Oh no, good run around the outside this time round. Thought he was going to lose the place there for sure, but keeps it on the outside line. And now into the complex. How do they all fit through here? Oh, space being given by Corley, and that's going to give McKenzie some of the advantage. So he can go from one way to the other, and suddenly he's got more of a car length. Now the lap car pulls out the way for the final car in the train. That's Jack Jeffries, who is currently in 15th place. But the group just gets spread apart a little bit by that little bit of lap traffic. This is further towards the top 5. Jenny Rodriguez has been climbing through the field quite well early on, but I do fear for his front tyres a little bit, whether he's going to be suffering with those in 40 minutes time. Let's see. Into the final chicane. George Tyler going backwards here early on this race and might be outside the top 5 for the first time this afternoon. There goes Rodriguez, committed to the inside. Nicely done.
Beautiful move. Textbook move there, up the hill and then into the Club Chicane. That was absolutely fantastic to see. The lap times, by the way, I can tell you that the lap record in a TCR car at Thruxton in Full Metal Racing was set last year in the TCR UK round by Adam Shepherd at 1:23.5. We are going 8 seconds quicker per lap than the Full Metal Racing. So yeah, of course you talk about these cars. These are IMSA spec TCR cars for the Pilot Challenge, different tyres, different car specifications in terms of the performance as well. So that could answer all sorts of things for these cars and the performance. Oh, banging doors! Racing Lab Esports. Oh, contact! Oh my goodness! Great response there from Harry Fox, and Will Eatwell, big loser in all of that.
I thought that was going to be a bigger crash, actually. Thought there was going to be a T-bone and all sorts, but in the end we get away with it. I think we also heard some tyre squirrel there as we were coming through Goodwood as well. Maybe not, but that was all very close, and well, very close to disaster through the complex that time around. This is further down the field, just outside the top 20 for Harry Fox, who's now ahead of Jakob Behrens. Then Tobias Signer in 24th in the red Hyundai you can just see in the background. Down to the brakes now for the final chicane. Pretty committed from Fox, pretty fast on the way in there. Not going to be as fast on the way out as a result, and Behrens is going to get a run here. You've got to get that last chicane right, otherwise he'll be in big trouble on the other side. And here comes Behrens showing exactly that. Inside line for turn 1, and he goes through. Punishes Fox for what in reality is a pretty small error.
Yeah, it's slow in, fast out for that club chicane. You really got to get the run out of that corner. It sets you up nicely for Allard and then the complex. But yeah, great awareness, great running there, and Fox just dropping behind that Racing Lab Esports car again. That car, by the way, for Jakob Behrens, up 15 places, started 37th on the grid. I know there's been a few cars have issues out there, but he's had to make some moves in all of that as well.
Yep. Well, still 3 hours 21 still to go. The iRacing 4 hours at Thruxton, presented by Cube Controls. It's good to have your company this afternoon for this very unique iRacing special event in a month of endurance racing coming up over the course of June. The Nürburgring 24 hours coming up next weekend, and the Watkins Glen 6 hours not long after that, as well as the Spa 24 hours in July. It's a big summer of endurance racing here on iRacing. This is on board with Xavier Sanchez, with Tobias Signer just in front. Feels to me like Sanchez has been hanging back and maybe saving a little bit in the first 40 minutes or so of this race, but maybe we'll start to move forward a little bit now. Might have even been a bit frustrated about the way this race has gone so far, in that I think in front of him he's seen a lot of battling, to be honest, and not much cooperation to try and catch those ahead.
I mean, he's gained 1 place as Xavier, and it's just been steady away, hasn't he? He's not been spectacular, but sometimes in events like this, you just need to be steady away. I mean, his last lap was a 17.6 compared to his fastest lap of a 16.6. So I think you're seeing a little bit of that performance drop-off throughout the race, although I say that, Alexander Davidson's last lap was a 15.8. The fastest lap of the race is a 15.5, sorry.
Yeah, we are still going at a pretty good pace. In fact, 15.5 set last time by JD Rodriguez, who's on the back of Leo Brown now for 4th position. So Rodriguez still going very quickly. I'm still worried about his tyres though, to be honest, as he continues with this pace in towards the chicane again for Javier Sanchez, and nothing doing there. Maybe now we've got to a stage where it's just calming down a little bit, but it's hard to believe really when you see the groups that we have out there on the circuit. Again, looking at the track map, there's barely any space for anybody. Jake Collet, in the meantime, has just lost a position, lost 14th position further up the field to Shuma Fukuyama. Jack Jeffries is no longer at the back end of that group, by the way. He's up to 13th, so made a couple of overtakes since we last checked in with them, and will now be on the back of Logan McKinsey. But those guys are also about half a minute off of the race lead.
This is great. I'm loving this. I was expecting everything to calm down after about 10-15 minutes. Here's Lucas Lindqvist then making the move, and contact. Oh, it's not been Lucas's day. And yeah, that he's got damage to the front of his car as well. That might be from a curb strike, that, or getting into the back of somebody's car. But yeah, definitely not being Lucas's race, that is for sure. Down to 28th now in all of this, but this has been fantastic. The early stages of this race has been sensational. I thought we wouldn't be getting this kind of battling all the way through the field, and yet here we are. What did we expect from touring cars?
Exactly, yeah. Can't be too shocked, but I must admit I'm the same. I didn't think we would quite see the fierce racing for this long into the race, but maybe we're going to get it all day based on what we've had so far. Been pretty breathless stuff, but Alexander Davidson still leads, just over 6 seconds at a Crofton Woodhatch. Ross McFarlane just over a second behind that. Then Leo Brown and JD Rodriguez fighting for 4th position, and I think the Scuderia Ferryman car will very soon be in 4th place actually. George Tyler is next up, Rodriguez's latest victim. Then David Baker, another WSR eSports car. That's 4 WSRs, by the way, in the top 7, even with Lucas Lindqvist having a pretty miserable afternoon. And then you've got Jack Bolton, James Burmay and Matthew Mayer rounding out the field. And here is Mayer in the first of the 2 Sim Racing Grid cars. This is Sim Racing Grid Phantom, just on the back of James Burmay. I know that this team have done plenty of TCR endurance racing, although I doubt, as I said at the start, that they would have done it round this circuit before.
Yeah, Matthew then for that Sim Grid Phantom Racing Sim Racing Grid, easy for me to say, Phantom car, just sat there at the back here in this Elantra. It is Honda's 1st through 8th, but then we've got 2 Elantras at the back of the top 10, as Rodriguez in 5th place has just got a slow down penalty. If we spent all race declaring each and every slow down penalty in this one, it would be all that we talked about. So, but I mentioned that because he's in the top 5, so that's why look at him and Scuderia Ferryman there with Leo Brown in that Guild Racing car in front of him. Again, if people are wondering about why there's so many Hondas at the front, it's just the better chassis. It is how it performs around the corners, and there's a lot of corners here that you need good performance. There's been a big incident for car 54. I can see that that's stopped out on track, so something's happened to them, and that was down at the chicane. So hopefully that's Will Eatwell. Remember, we've been seeing him all race, so hopefully we'll get a look at what's happened to him.
Yeah, we'll catch that on replay in the next few moments, but unfortunately they've now dropped well outside the top 40 after a incident. Let's see it in towards the final chicane. It's in a battle, and is that Linguist again? Inside line.
It is.
Small bit of contact. It will slide. Oh, but he can't avoid the barriers. Oh no! It's a trampoline wall that he almost comes straight back onto the circuit, and that's pretty unlucky. Not Eatwell's fault at all. Linguist just makes a slight bit of contact with him, and unfortunately couldn't quite avoid the tyre barriers there. He was pretty close to avoiding that, but not quite, and he just hits the wall. That'll be some long repairs, as in the meantime Matthew Mayo's got past James Burmate.
Yeah, that's usually a recticel barrier in real life, and those things can do some serious damage as well, can those recticel barriers. So that's going to be a long wait down pit road if Will indeed actually does get back out on track after that one, because I would imagine that the engine's gone pop on that one as well. So yeah, that's going to be a long wait on pit road, I'm afraid, for the Calcium Sport driver of Will Eatwell. But still, we carry on. James Boumé, who I've commentated on so many years now for the Altitude 3M Esports team, he's in 10th place. He's in that Elantra, and right behind him is Matt Caruana. Now, the Project 91 by Abruzzi car, Caruana, represented the UK at the Motorsport Games. Granted, it was in an F4 car, but still, that's the level of driver that we've got here on the grid in Matt Caruana.
Yeah, I seem to remember he did all right as well, unless I'm remembering wrongly. Can't remember where he finished, but yeah, this is a strong quality field. You know, it's not quite the quality that you get from some of the other special events, admittedly, but there's some very strong drivers up and down the field here. And here is one of them on board with Matt Caruana, looking for a top 10. James Burmate just in front will not defend into Goodwood, and Caruana will slip straight through on the inside for Project 91 by Abruzzi, and that is Caruana into the top 10 in the number 2 car. So a good run through the opening stint of the race for him. Just over 45 minutes it's taken him to get now into the top 10.
The advantage that Elantra has is because it's a longer wheelbase, it's really good over the curbs, which you need to be in that final chicane, especially, and through the opening complex at Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. But it really does respond well, does the Elantra over those curbs. So it's a stable car, but it doesn't have that same level of rotation that the Civic or even the Veloster has out here today. But certainly some drivers do favour that, just to have that compliance over the bumps and over the curbs here out there on track. But we're getting closer and closer to that hour mark, and still we're relatively close. There's still 27 cars within a minute of your overall race leader.
Yeah, it's pretty good going so far, especially considering the racing we've had further down in groups like this. These guys still within a minute of the race leader. There goes Jakob Behrens down the inside and through on Ayrton Ruteman again. That's for 21st, and following through Harry Fox on the inside at the final part of the complex at Seagrave, and up to 22nd. So good opportunistic driving there from Harry Fox to get past Reutemann as well. But there's now a whole queue behind. Tobias Signer's still here, along with Xavier Sanchez, as we know. But Monsives and Lucas Lingvist have both joined as well. This is now a much larger group than when we were last here.
This is great. It's great how it's just compressed together now because of a couple of changes of position. Other cars have been able to just catch up to that. So now we've got, what's that, a 7-car train for this the battle here for, what's that, 21st, isn't it? So good to see those cars all together as they go through that club chicane. Change in position in your top 5. Leo Brown's dropped a place.
Yep, and it's JD Rodriguez again, making the positions for Scuderia Ferryman. What a great opening to this race he is having. After 50 minutes, he is now into 4th position, but he's not out of the woods at all yet. Leah Brown right in behind going into the final chicane, although it looks like he's just backing off there actually on the way in. So the Ferryman car will keep this and jumping over the curves there, pretty aggressively so for the 12 car. But JD Rodriguez is through and he is up into 4th position. How much further can he go now in the next 20 minutes or so, or 30 minutes rather, until we see the first pit stop? So you'd start to wonder where he might be able to get to before this is all said and done here in the first stint of the race.
I think it's going to be a tall order to now try and leap that 4-second gap up to 3rd place, but he's been showing some good pace, has JD Rodriguez. So I know this morning he was actually practicing in the morning session of these of this event. So anybody new to iRacing special events, they usually run multiple races of this race, starting on the Friday evening for the different time zones. So different areas of the world can have one that's in a more ideal time zone for them, as Matt Caruana is just continuing his charge up through the top 10 into 8th place now.
This is very good from Caruana, and this is all come in the last few moments, by the way. A lot of the overtakes anyway. Oh, in contact! Wow, Sim Racing Grid there. Sim Racing Grid Phantom very nearly found themselves into the expansive grass over the right-hand side there. Matthew Mayer gets away with one there. On board with Bome, who's got a million cars down his inside here. He will tuck in now behind Matthew Mayer, but that was super close to a big incident there for the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car. It's a little bit of contact at one of the highest points sections of this racetrack just after church. We get away with it and Matt Caruana continues to move forwards.
I would love an onboard of that moment on replay, just to see how much the wheel is moving about in that one, because that almost got a tank slapper on, did that car, and did a really good job to hold on to that one. Fantastic stuff. Oh, car stopped in the middle of the track. That's car 18. What on earth was that?
Well, car 18 has... I'm afraid I'm trying to find out who it is, actually.
Lumen
yeah.
Spot Flux.
Got better eyes than me. Drops down at Lucas Lingvis, also in the pit lane, by the way, dropping outside the top 30. So there's some replays we'll have a look at in a moment. A big slide as well out through the church corner there for one of the Velocitas, it looked like. But we'll get away with it, or some of us will anyway. Unfortunately, a couple of cars will drop back down to pit lane now. Just in the background there, I think that is Jack Bolton trying to slip through some of the traffic here in the background, or he just has actually. Logan McKinsey's the one in the background trying to now do the same and follow through. So it's still super busy, but unfortunately the incident's not quite dying down for the moment. They are continuing on at quite a pace actually, and well, maybe we expected that. Just under an hour in, this race not calming down for the moment. Incident still a relative regularity, unfortunately.
It's because it's such a busy track, you are always going to end up with some form of incident. It is inevitable with so many cars, and with it being such a competitive field as well. I mean, the average iRating for this field, it's not to the level of, say, that we'll see at the Spa 24 hours or the Nürburgring 24 hours, but it's still a good quality field. 4,990 is the average iRating. So that means that there's drivers that have got much higher iRating, and there's drivers that have got much lower iRating as well. That's just the average level of the field here today.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're working with this afternoon. Because would you believe it, we're almost already an hour through. It's absolutely flying by here. And I was chatting to you before, Paul, about the prospects for this race in terms of what we were actually going to see here this afternoon. I mentioned the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup race that was here. I think it was penultimate round this season, towards the back end of the season anyway, of the 2025 campaign. And unfortunately, there really weren't very many overtakes in that race. Slightly made me fearful for this race, but it's been all action so far. And well, yes, it might be a more sensible thing to do for these guys to maybe stop racing each other quite so hard and maybe draft off of each other, few save a bit, maybe help each other catch a group in front. It's been wonderfully entertaining for us to watch them not do that and race wheel to wheel right from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's been great to see is this one, and a sensational race so far. So yeah, it's definitely certainly been a good opening to this one as we're getting towards the hour mark of this one. Just think we've got another 3 hours, and if they carry on this type of action all the way through the event, then yeah, why not keep on bringing this back year on year? This is what I say, but we'll see how it all pans out towards the end of this race.
That's quite wide for the 29 car. It looked like they're just getting lapped. That's Matt Malone, 45th at the moment, just one lap down in the field, as are quite a lot of the drivers now. Actually 30 only on the lead lap. We're officially down to half. It's going to be a lot less than that by the end of the day. This is further up towards the front end of the field. Unfortunately, Fukuyama is losing more places here. Jack Jeffries just up in front, and here on the other side, Jay Corley is coming through on the right-hand side in the number 89. Nose in front, maybe just before the left-hander. They'll have to give each other room through here, but Corley's going to have the inside at Goodwood, and Jay Corley moved forward into 14th position now.
Good stuff from Jay. He is one of those very specialist touring car drivers, and yeah, he knows all about this. He streams it from his Twitch channel as well. Do go check him out. He's a good watch. That is for sure, and he's heavily involved in the TCR community. They have a Discord server which has been really pushing people in that server to take part in this event, because they want to see this be an event that stays on the calendar. You know, this is the first ever running of this event, and they want to encourage people and get people involved in TCR racing on iRacing. There's setup help, there's advice on how to race these cars. It's a really good community to ask for advice and support in driving these cars and trying them out, so do check them out. Jay, I'm sure, has a link on his Discord channel.
Yeah, and you know, you've seen this as well as me, admittedly not in TCRs, but for other cars. There are great little communities in iRacing that do focus in on some of these cars that are less used by what I'm going to call the mainstream, for the sake of this argument. You know, not well used particularly across the board, but great little communities where TCR racing is taken on, and lots of other cars as well that you might think are not very popular, but actually when you get racing they certainly are. This part, I'll just get back to that, this is 3 wide very nearly, a flash of the light from Fukuyama, and they're not going to fit there, and he just backs out in towards that final chicane. But yeah, you can find these little communities all over iRacing in all sorts of different cars, and especially in these TCRs, as you say.
Well, just look back. We had the Road America 500, which we showed here on iRacing on RaceSpotTV. That is a very sort of specialist community with those 1980s beasts of the Nissan and the Audi. So yeah, you get these communities. The Lotus 79 community is a famed tight-knit community as well, and they produce some brilliant racing. So yeah, definitely TCRs, they've got their own little community, and it's a really good one to get involved with.
Absolutely. For racing exactly like this, from what we've seen in the first hour of the 4 hours at Thruxton. Well, you will notice this afternoon that this is the iRacing 4 hours at Thruxton, presented by Cube Controls, and I'm glad to say that we are going to be joined now from Cube Controls by Mike Teichmann, who will come to have a chat with us, and just now standing by with Paul.
Good afternoon, Mike. Welcome along to the commentary booth, and well, you're seeing the first hour of this event that Cube Controls are supporting. What are your thoughts so far of today?
First of all, hello everyone. Thank you for the invite. Yeah, we've been following the action so far. It's pretty cool to see again a TCR event in iRacing. pretty excited what's going on so far.
It's certainly been an entertaining one, that is for sure, and one of your teams that you support up there in 6th place as well, so you must be happy with that performance from a purely selfish point of view. But let's look at Cube Controls yourselves as an organisation. You've got quite the sort of remit that you've set yourselves to be one of the innovators of the marketplace, not just in sim racing products, but as we saw in the advert at the start of the broadcast, also working with real life teams as well.
Yeah, pretty much. Our foundation is to have a very big inspiration in what sim racing does into real motorsport and vice versa. This last year and this year we've been working very close with a lot of manufacturers and in real life to bring our product into their cars, and with all that technology bring it into sim racing. So it's been pretty exciting what we've been doing so far, and I'm really looking forward for what we will bring in the near future.
I think it's been a really interesting development from, because I've been looking from a sim racing perspective, how manufacturers like yourselves have been able to say to the manufacturers and the teams that actually we can provide you a product that is competitive, not just with the more traditional manufacturers of, say, like steering wheels for your cars, but you're able to provide a product that can be really defined by what the teams want and really be sort of diverse in the products that you can provide them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it has been such an honor to be approached by manufacturers that want to work with us, and a lot of them, especially Yas, Honda, Mercedes-AMG, that believe in us, and we work really, really close together with them to develop this innovation of products. And unfortunately, I'm not able to say other brands yet, but you guys will see a lot of us in the upcoming months, in the upcoming years, and we really want to innovate as well in the world of sim racing. So we have some very exciting stuff coming up very, very soon.
Now, from where you started at Cube Controls as a company, what has been the big development that you've seen throughout that time as a company?
How big the market has grown. To be honest, well, back when Cube Control started and to the point of now, apart from the boom in sim racing during the 2020, there's been so many other manufacturers that had been inspiring out there and creating new products, and a lot of very good, healthy competition in the market. So it's something that we really looking forward to and see what other brands are doing and how we can bring something new, or how other companies are inspiring us or being inspired by us to bring a very good product in the market.
And what do you see is a big you can't really sort of give away any sort of trade secrets or anything like that, but what do you see as being the future in terms of say for us here on the simulator? What are you thinking is the next avenue for sim racing products being able to move down?
I think a very close relationship on what in real motorsport is going on. You have on the other hand, for example, the FIA being more involved in sim racing, which is something very, very excited and something that it will bring a lot of new things into the sim racing world. And I think for real manufacturers to slowly start into sim racing or getting more interested in developing products for sim racing and for real motorsport is something that brings these two worlds together, and something that we really want as a company. And I think everyone in the sim racing world wants to see more and more of real motorsport closer and closer to real sim racing.
Yeah, I second that. It would be great to see more and more synergy between the sim and the full metal racing world. And let's just talk finally about events like this. what do you think that you as a company are able to help gain for yourselves, but also contribute towards events like this from a sponsorship point of view? What's the thinking behind getting behind events like this?
On one side, since I've been working in the industry for quite a while, and I've been in very interesting projects in the last 4 years in sim racing, what we want as a brand in Keep Controls, we want to not only be one of the leaders in innovations in equipment and be able to provide a very good quality product for everyone out there, but we want to be able to give out more in the community. Since in real motorsport we are doing a lot of stuff, we want to be more in sim racing. Apart just from equipment, we want to be a bit more involved. As you already saw, that we have 2 big teams that we sponsor, and the one factory team, and there will be more things to come as well of entering more in sim racing. So for us, we want to be have a more presence out there, be able to support more events, more organizations, more championships in a way that we can be having innovation and this high quality of a brand in very high quality of sim racing championships and product. We want to be the number one in all of these areas.
Well, Mike, it's been lovely to speak to you, and all the best to not just your team's racing here today, but going forward as well, and with the work that you're doing, not just for the sim racing community, but also full metal racing. Mike Teichmann from Cube Controls, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks very much. That is Mike Teichmann from Cube Controls, and yeah, great to hear what they've got coming up, and indeed about them, because yeah, big backers of this event, and I'm very glad so as well, because this has been fantastic so far. 1 hour 7 just coming up to gone. Alexander Davidson still leads, nearly 11 seconds out front, but couldn't help but notice, Paul, when you were chatting to him there, that pit stops have now started to happen for a few. Now, some have just been drive-throughs, which I think is notable in itself, but separately from that, we've already seen Jakob Behrens in, for example, a couple of laps ago. And I did wonder at the start of this day whether anybody would try and make this a 3-stop race, actually, sort of tactically and on purpose, but I'm not sure whether that is the case there, but it's certainly an early stop.
I mean, cone to cone, you're talking, what, about 10 seconds loss, aren't you, if you're just doing the drive-through? Stopping and starting the car, okay, you can make that up to about 13 seconds or so. You're talking over half a minute loss if you're doing a 3-stop race compared to the others. I'm not convinced. I mean, I can see the thought behind that, because you are putting so much force through that front left tyre, because there are so many right-hand corners that are high-speed sweeping corners with a front-wheel drive car, as Jack Bolton just moves forward into 10th place now for the Team Jack Bolton team. So there you go. But yeah, I can see where maybe you'd think that you're going to get the benefit of fresh front rubber on the front tyres, if nothing else. I just don't think that if you look after your tyres and go for that longer run, I think you're better off overall.
Yeah, perhaps. We will see how the each strategy pans out, but looks like conventional wisdom says 2-stop this afternoon, as Jack Bolton continues on in front of us here. We're on board with James Burmate. Looking at his team name there, I would imagine Jack Bolton is driving on his own this afternoon, but he might surprise us with throwing somebody else in there. You never know. This is right around that lower part of the top 10. And Matt Caruana, ever since getting into 8th place, just further ahead of us here, hasn't really been able to get away at all. He's just been sat at the front of this group, really. Now through Church. He's just negotiating a little bit of lap traffic in front. That wasn't a pass for position that they all just made, I don't think. No, it wasn't. This is lap traffic that they'll now just skip through, and Bome will try and do the same as well. He really needs to try and stay with Bolton as if he at all can. Late on the brakes, he will just about slip through. So the 5 stay together, and surprisingly, Caruana's gone from fairly consistent attacker here to actually on the defensive in this group.
Bolton's got a slow down penalty. cut the chicane just that little bit too much. I will say, I think actually Matt Caruana's dragging these drivers along because he is lapping faster than David Baker in 7th place. He's got about 6 seconds to catch up there, but of course he's been working through traffic as well, but he's been lapping quicker than David Baker apart from this most recent lap. His average 5-lap time is about a 1/10.5 quicker. So I think he's actually dragging the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car and Team Jack Bolton and also the Altitude 3M Esports car along with him because they're going at his pace. So you might see David Baker in that WSR Esports team in a while. It's going to take a while to get there. We've got plenty of time, 2 hours 50 to do that. I think you're going to be seeing him perhaps coming under pressure. What a run from Boumé through Church.
Have a look at this. This is a bit of an advertisement. Oh, contact! Big contact and big hit into the wall there for 2 of our top contenders inside of the top 10. Oh, my word. Big crash on the way towards the club chicane at the very end of the lap. Oh, my word. Matthew Mayer finds himself hard into the barriers on the outside line. And that is absolutely massive, I'm afraid. That is a huge, huge accident. And there's going to be some long repairs there. Matthew Mayer, one of our big contenders this afternoon, into the wall hard at the club chicane.
I think there's going to be words said about that one, by the way, by Sim Racing Grid Phantom, because it was actually lap traffic that they got into. Oh, now, did that lap traffic get a tap from behind from Jack Bolton that unsettled the car? He's got unsettled.
Wow.
It's then put him into Matthew Miller and bang into that tyre wall heavily. I remember back in '95 there was a huge accident for Charlie Cox at that very point, and it was all from just having a big moment into there was no wall then back then, so he ended up rolling the car all the way down to a quarry that was nearby. It was that big of an accident. But yeah, that was lap traffic getting just slightly turned into that Sim Racing Grid Phantom car.
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to know, to be honest, what you do as a lap car in that situation. You've got somebody right in behind you there, almost trying to push you on because it helps them on the outside line. You've got 2 cars trying to follow your way down the inside. You've got that looming thought in your head that I really need to be getting out of the way of these people because they are a lap in front of me. And unfortunately, in the end, it's Taurus Vosberg who is driving that number 14 car, by the way. Unfortunately, got involved there in a pretty big accident. I mean, I think in that situation, pretty hard to expect more of the lap car. In that situation, you've almost got to treat it as a car that is on your lap. You certainly can't hit it in the rear and then straight into one of your main competitors there. I think that's yeah. Sim Race Grid Phantom do have a right to be fairly aggrieved at that one, but I don't actually think, having looked at a replay, I don't actually think it is aggrieved at the lap car in the end, really.
No, not at all. I think it was a little bit unnecessary to try and do the bump draft on the lap car. I can understand why Jack was so concerned because he had James Boumé alongside him and he boxed him in that point. In a race this long, back out of it. You've still got a long time to go in this race. Back out of it. Live to fight another day, because those cars have been together, and now because of that incident, they've lost Matt Caruana. So they've lost that car that was dragging them along forward in the field.
Yeah, they've lost quite a bit of time as well to the rest of the field in totality. But Caruana will be pleased in a roundabout kind of way, because he is now free of these guys. And Logan McKinsey as well, he really gained actually out of his teammates' demise, and now McKinsey has got into the top 10 in that car. So Boumé still 11th, despite making one place on Mayer. He's gone backwards again behind Logan McKinsey, and Jack Bolton is still in the 9th position as well. Lap traffic is not going to die down at all here. It's going to continue on like this for pretty much the remainder of this race, and well, these cars on the lead lap have got to figure out a better way through than that. And there again, more lap traffic, this time through Church and through the middle. McKinsey is coming. He wasn't involved, don't forget, in that incident before, and so has a bit more fearlessness maybe compared to some of the others. Jack Bolton in the end couldn't do anything to stop him from coming through into 9th place.
it's heart in mouth moments for a few of them. James Boumet's just got a great run on Bolton, but he's not able to get up alongside and not really setting him up through Allard as well. So Bolton feeling not the need to go defensive, get a little bit of draft from car 29, who's getting lapped, and through they go. So that's Matt Malone himself out there in that car number 29. 41st place for him. It's not his normal type of car, to be fair to him.
No, but I'm sure he's having fun out there at the moment. And yeah, 4 hours of racing, certainly plenty of time to learn a thing or two about TCR racing, that's for sure. Certainly what I always find after an endurance race, you're infinitely better than what you were at the start, and because of the amount of laps that you've done in full metal racing, it does improve you generally as a driver when you come back to the TCRs next. So there you go, there's some benefits for it. Here comes James Bowman into the final chicane again. Jack Bolton in front will keep that place fairly comfortably. This is in fact the only battle now inside the top 10. All the other gaps are just over 1 second now in the field. Maybe the lively start to this race is finally coming to a bit of an end. Looks like we've already lost about a quarter of the field as well here. 44 still running from what I can see at the moment, unless some of those come back out onto the circuit again in the next few moments. Alexander Davison has kept clear of all the trouble so far, and he's just under 5 minutes away from safety now with his first set of tyres, which it looks like he's looked after very well.
Yeah, you look at his pace. I mean, the last lap was a 15.6. His best lap is a 15.4. I mean, the pace that Alex Davidson, I've seen him time and again in the World GT Championship that we show on RaceSpotTV. Time and again in the endurance rounds, has just puts in these performances, and here, well, he's just taken to this like a duck to water, this event, and he's been on another level. Everybody else is in the 16s or 17s. He's the only one lapping in the 15s still.
Yeah, it's absolutely remarkable. It really is. And if he can keep this pace up, keep out of trouble, he is going to be a long way in front of the rest of the field, but there's still a very, very long way to go. You can see the gentle trickle of cars coming down pit lane on the right-hand side of your screen. Christian Korn, the latest of them for Cutting Corner YouTube, number 15 car. And that is 50 seconds in the box for him. 50.4, back out onto the circuit again now. I don't think we've really spoken about number 15 so far. Down to 32nd after that stop. Nobody inside of the top 27, by the way, has been into pit lane here. So I would expect that in the next couple of moments, it's going to be a real flurry of pit stops, because maybe even aside from the fuel load here, they might try and split this into three almost directly. Normally in a longer endurance race, you sort of run the tank dry so you can shorten that final fuel stop a little bit, but you just wonder whether the stress on these tyres is going to actually get these guys in after an hour and 20, whether they've got fuel left or not.
Yeah, I do feel that there's a benefit in doing that split strategy of not quite brimming the car. If one thing, you've got a little bit less weight in the car, so that means that you're going to look after the tyres a bit better as well. So there's a benefit in that from that perspective. And yeah, you're just getting a bit better tyre life towards the end of your stint than those that say absolutely brim the car, go as far as it can go, and then go for a shorter stop at the end. I'm interested in Racing Lab Esports of Jakob Behrens, because 29th, he's the first of the cars that's actually done a planned pit stop, but it was only a shorter pit stop of 24 seconds. So I'm feeling that he's done that short fuel stop there, get a set of front tyres on only, whereas that Cutting Corner YouTube car was a full pit stop, 50 seconds, all four tyres and fuel.
Yeah, as you were explaining earlier on, it takes a bit longer to change tyres in this car than it does in pretty much all the other iRacing special event cars we use this season. So do bear that in mind when you see the pit stop times. It's not a slow time. It just takes a while to change the tyres. This is busy down into the final chicane. They'll all get out the other side. And an awkward pit entry actually as well. We haven't talked about so far. You're coming off of that final chicane, which is difficult in itself, as we've seen with traffic and whatnot going on. Well, it can get even more difficult when the driver in front of you tries to come into pit lane and effectively everyone slams on the brakes as soon as they've slammed on the throttle coming out the final corner.
Yeah, and that's where you need that bit of communication between the drivers, and running with an event like this, or where you've got a compromised pit entry, it is worth just having it where you can just say, I'm pitting in this lap, or something like that in the sim, just to let your drivers know, the teams know. It's also, it could catch people out because you're wanting to carry that speed out of that club chicane at the end of the lap. The cars that are pulling into pit road aren't going to be at the same pace, so it's very easy to actually end up rear-ending a car in front of you because they're heading onto pit road and you're not. So you've got to be careful with all of that, as we're still keeping an eye on James Boumet in 11th place. And he's under, well, I say he's under pressure. That's a lap car behind him, but it's Jack Bolton in front who's in 10th.
Yeah. It's just that one position further down now. Logan McKinsey's coming through the field late on. He'd left a little bit of life left in those tyres by the looks of it. I think what happened, what I was fearing earlier for JD Rodriguez, by the way, is starting to happen here. He's down to 5th, by the way. Leo Brown ahead of him now, but good pace in the first part of the race, and he's still definitely higher up in the field than what he was at the beginning of this race, so it has worked out in the first hour and 20, which we have now crossed, but not as many coming down pit lane actually, not as many in floods down pit lane first time round, even though we're crossed the 1/3 mark. Seemingly these tyres do have a little bit of life left in them, at least in some cases.
They certainly do seem to have some pace in them, and like I say, I think the benefit of Alexander Davidson having that early gap in the race, being able to gap out at the front and just walk away, has meant that he's been able to look after his tyres better than some. I will say, Ross McFarlane set the lap times quicker than Alexander Davidson, so the WSR boys, maybe they've got a special setup that they've been working on, and yeah, definitely they seem to have really worked this one well for that team to be 1st, 2nd and 3rd as well, with David Baker in 7th as well for that team. So they were the favourites for me coming into this race. If they can keep a top 3 though, we'll have to wait and see, because 2 hours 38 minutes left. With the way that we've seen traffic get involved as well, there's less traffic on track. You're absolutely right, Ewan, earlier. 44 cars still going. As a point of order as well, Casey Smith from Team Kamikaze, black flag for incident points, so he's going to come onto pit road.
That is early as well. Yeah, based on that thinking, it's going to be another few for the remainder of the race. 20 incident points before you get your first drive through this afternoon, by the way, and then every 10 after that. So what's that, another 4 drive-throughs before the end? Goodness me. And I hope to try and keep those down. I mean, you know, that is fairly severe. When you think about contact could be 4x, and some of them might not even be your fault. You suddenly get towards 20 very, very quickly indeed. But then again, you can always stay out of trouble, stay out of car contact, etc. It's something for the drivers to keep an eye on, and that's exactly why, you know, well, as you say, WSR Esports certainly looking good right now, proving that favourite status. We can't give them anything for the moment because there's all sorts of drama up ahead just yet.
Yeah, certainly is, and plenty more action to come. JD Rodriguez has just got a slow down penalty on this lap as well at the final chicane. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal, is this track, and I love it. It's fantastic. Do you know what? Every year that iRacing put out the user survey, so every year iRacing ask everyone who is a subscriber to iRacing, give us your thoughts. What would you like to see from the sim? I think it's great that they do get the community involved in giving and having that as a form of providing feedback. And every year they'll ask, oh, what track would you like to see come to iRacing? And every year I put Thruxton, because I think that more people should be aware of this track. It produces tremendous racing. Okay, it's not for your high-powered, Formula cars. It's not for those higher speed cars. British GT Championship has run here in the past with GT machinery. So they have seen those higher powered GT machinery come to this venue. Touring car racing, lower formulas as well. Formula 4 is tremendous around here, as is things like the Renault Clios as well. They're fantastic around here as well. So it's a track that I've wanted for so long in this service, and when we finally got it, it was like, yes, finally. What do I put down on my survey next year? That's my immediate thought, because I've got the track I wanted.
I was going to ask you what's on your list now. Do you have one on that you're going to suggest every time now?
Kyle Army. Every year now.
Oh, nice. Yes. Very good. Yeah. Love to see Kyle Army as well, but there you go. No, I was really pleased to get this circuit at Thruxton as well, because I think it is a great circuit. You're right, it's a particular type of car that goes well round here in terms of racing, but we're using that exact type of car right now. So pleased that this is in the sim, and indeed is on the iRacing special event calendar as well, as we look at JD Rodriguez here, just in behind Leo Brown into the final chicane. Surely these guys have got to be pitting soon. An hour 25 gone now, and it's in the pit lane this time for Rodriguez. You can just see his different line there being taken, and that, I think, is the first of the top 5 to come in pretty early on, actually, in the lane. Oh, he's had to reverse as well, I think he just missed his box, but he's into the pit lane after a pretty productive opening stint of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's change of tyres as well. You'll be seeing all those tyres changing. Alex Rogers in the iRacing chat, by the way, on Twitch. 2 things he wants: Goodwood and Caterhams.
Very particular. How would Goodwood work?
Goodwood would work brilliantly. You're thinking of the hill climb, not the racetrack.
Oh, right. I thought they meant the hill climb. Sorry.
Yes, the racetrack. But Caterhams, I mean, those cars do provide brilliant racing. The slipstream that you get off those is fantastic. I do know one commentator, I won't say the name on broadcast, but I do know one commentator who calls Caterhams bed frames, because he says that's what they look like to him.
It's pretty harsh. But
look at the roll hoop that they have on them. It looks like one of those metal bed frames.
Headboard, yeah. Dear. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Caterham would be at the top of my list, to be honest with you, but I don't know what I'd have these days, to be honest, car-wise. Yeah, not sure. I think a fair amount of people I speak to actually would like another TCR actually, but don't know if you're one of them. But
oh
yeah,
yes, absolutely. Yeah. I'd love to see the updated Audi. I think that looks a menacing car. Does that updated Audi? I would love to see as well something like a Cupra coming in. That'd be great to see come involved here in the sim as well. Give us a bit more variety.
Yeah, no, it's not been. Yeah, we haven't had a TCR for a little while, so would be nice. Does the new Audi, by the way, look very different to the current one? Or is that
the one that's in sim? Yeah, the front end, it's a bit more.
Okay.
It's mean. It looks mean on the front.
Okay.
Oh, now Mark Calver. Why has he suddenly come onto pit road? Oh, Harry Fox has also got a mechanical warning flag. So he's had issues out there as Harry Fox onto pit road. So drama for the Whiskins racing car that we saw moving through the field earlier on.
Yeah, that is a real shame for Harry Fox. Drops outside the top 30 now. I think, here we go. This is White towards the final chicane. Doesn't look like he's got anybody around him. He's hit the first curb. He should have floored it there. Oh, hits the wall. I don't know whether you can put that to, maybe I'm being harsh by saying, if he had a bit more experience in front-wheel drive cars, he might have known to floor it or whatever, or maybe that wouldn't have saved him at all. But it seemed to me, as an inexperienced front-wheel drive driver myself, that flooring that might have helped him. If
he was trying to come on to onto back onto the track, then coming to pit, should I say? Then, yeah, I think that I can see why he wouldn't have floored it, but yeah, it's difficult. It is difficult.
Yeah, I don't want to criticise him too much because I'm a terrible front-wheel drive driver myself. But there we go.
I used to be all right. I've lost pace though. Now race leaders on pit road. Alexander Davidson. That's crucial.
So, how long is this pit stop going to be? Primarily, is the thing to look at. He's still up on the jacks here at halfway, and so yeah, this is going to be a 4-tyre change by the looks of things for the 301. Davidson at least looks like he's staying in the car. Leo Brown is also in, by the way, from 4th place, but stopped about half a minute afterwards for Guild Racing, as he was about half a minute behind. Anyway, down off the jacks, 46 seconds in the box. All 4 tyres changed for Alexander Davidson. He's back out onto the circuit again. Let's see if anybody goes for a 2-tyre change here and try and jump him here.
I think at this stage, I don't think you will see the 2-tyre change strategy. I think what Alex has done there is maybe get it to 80 litres and then get going again and get the car down off the jacks, because that 80 litre mark is where you can do all 4 tyres. By the way, B56 Byron Falcon's got a black flag out there, so he's going to have a drive-through penalty. We are owed 1 or 2 pit stops still though, but there's few that have actually not made pit stops now.
Yep, we are running out of those out front who we're still waiting to see in, and now 1 and 2 are in. 2 WSR cars pitching in from 1 and 2. It's going to put Alexander Davidson back into the lead again. Crofton Woodhatch and Ross McFarlane both on the lane. See if they do anything different here or whether it's going to be same as before. Here comes Davidson through those final corners, and indeed he is going to get out ahead of his teammates here. They are still stationary and up on the jacks, so Davidson will lead. Number 3 car has actually got up into 2nd place just for the moment, only a couple of seconds further behind. And now finally there's going to be some movement here for Ross McFarlane, not for Woodhatch, who's still stopped. That was a bit longer for him. At 53.4 for him, and that's 7 or 8 seconds slower than his 2 teammates.
Yeah, so going for a little bit of a counter strategy. By the way, can I just say that James Boumé, I'm not shocked by him going longer than pretty much everybody else on the grid here. He's on lap 72 of his stint right now. I'm used to seeing him fuel saving and going long in stints in races that I've seen, so definitely James for the Altitude 3M Esports team doing a good job at being frugal, and the Hyundai Elantra appearing to be a frugal car for him as well.
Yes, very much is. Kirkland Contabo is into the pit lane as well, by the way. We'll keep monitoring his progress over the course of the day, because he's coming from the back end of the field, don't forget, after not setting a lap time in qualifying. Matt Malone is in as well from outside the top 40, and now James Boumé is in, so over an hour and a half done. You're never going to make it on one stop round here, so he might as well come in now, and so do a few others. Why has he just rocketed down the field, James Boumé? Is that a mistake on our timing screen, or has he had to tow?
Yeah, where's he disappeared to? Oh no, he has pitted, and it's a change of driver.
Okay.
So the number 3 car's in the pit road right now, but they are actually changing driver. So it's Dan Mullenkamp who is now behind the wheel.
That's nice parking as well, by the way. James Boumé.
He hadn't had much choice. It is a tight pit lane here.
Yeah. I shouldn't criticise, really. There's no other way of doing it.
Well, it's similar to the Nürburgring. When it comes to 24 hours of Nürburgring, if you're in the high 30s, so towards pit entry, you have to go past pit entry, and there's a barrier, and then you have to turn immediately right to get into your pit stall. It's an awful pit stall to get to, and you pray that you're not the car that's in that stall. The Greg's car getting involved in all of this now.
Dear oh dear. and it's Sumo Fukuyama who is trying to push his way through here, and now will finally do so. Flash of the lights, not pleased with the Greg's car not getting out of the way. Here comes Meulenkamp on the outside line as well. It's a rude awakening, isn't it, on the way out the pit lane. Here comes Jack Jeffries as well. Oh, was that side-to-side contact maybe, or was it just close? Jeffries certainly looking to open out Goodwood a little bit through there to have a go maybe at Church. Oh, he's not quite alongside, and Meulenkamp just covers off to make sure that he isn't alongside. Just in the background there, David Baker for the next car in line is also queued up here. It's all happening here, and this is a flash of the lights from a WSR car as well, trying to come through. Defence again. Oh, there goes Baker coming through on the inside line. Fukuyama on the defensive through here, or Jeffries rather on the defensive through here. That's a good run from Meulenkamp though. One of the lap cars just stalled slightly through that final chicane, and Meulenkamp will get through into 12th place, but David Baker was on a right charge there in the number 6 car, trying to come through as much as possible. Went relatively long in the WSR Esports car. He's now back out again looking for a top 10 in the early moments of this second stint.
He was a full minute in the box, was David Baker, so I think he's absolutely brimmed that car. He's dropped down the order from where he was 7th, remember, before the pit stop, so he's dropped down the order to 11th. But is that going to come back in his favour towards the end of the race, where maybe he's going to be doing a shorter final pit stop than everybody else? We'll have to pay attention to what happens there with him. But yeah, Meulenkamp getting caught out by his teammate. That was crucial. Jack Jeffries, his teammate, was putting moves on Meulenkamp. So welcome to the race, Dan. That was a bit of a shock.
It was. Just came straight out, and it was all happening around him there. Dear oh dear. James Cullen, in the meantime, 23rd. He's into the race, just in behind John Babineau in the locked-in racing car. I said earlier, you know, not supposed to support people, but I would like to see this Audi get a top 10. Up to 20 seconds now in the field, and is trying to hold on to that very position, as suddenly it's got very gloomy overhead here at Thruxton. 28 degrees now, the track temperature in this race. That'll be a little bit more ideal for these front tyres, which in fairness didn't fall away too much. Or indeed, the drivers managed it very well through the early part of the race. Good afternoon and welcome to RaceSpotTV and an iRacing special event here, the iRacing 4 Hours of Thruxton, presented by Cube Controls. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Paul Smith. Hugo Louise is behind the cameras this afternoon for this broadcast. We're thoroughly enjoying it so far. Something a little bit different. Endurance racing in TCRs. And as I just mentioned, John Babineau is driving the only Audi RS3 LMS TCR, currently running in 22nd position. Out front, though, it's Alexander Davidson, who has been in that car from the very beginning, ahead of Ross McFarlane by 21 seconds. And there is the biggest obstacle that Alexander Davidson is going to have for the remainder of this race. Lapped traffic. And it is everywhere. Just over 21 seconds currently his margin, with Croston Woodhatch another 5.7 behind. Leo Brown another 10 behind for Guild Racing in 4th position, with Scudamir Ferryman rounding out the top 5. JD Rodriguez lost a few seconds to Leo Brown, and they've all lost a bit of time to Davidson and McFarlane, by the way, in that first of 2 pit stops here this afternoon. Have a look at this though for Davidson. It is that big group we were watching just a moment ago for the latter end of the top 10 that is all in front of him right now. And the only thing he can do is just be patient and work his way through here. And there's the Goodwood corner. It's one of the Mag Performance cars just in front, and he needs to be careful not to get himself involved in anything contact-wise through that corner. Now in towards Church. He's not going to find his way through just this time. But look at that, just in front of him here. It's going to have to be final chicane for Alexander Davidson, and there he goes. He will get through one of those cars. But this is the biggest obstacle now between the 301 and winning this race. Lap traffic is going to be such a key, and look at it. It's still very thick, even though a quarter of this field have retired.
Yeah, and you think that how many of these drivers are also fighting for position as well. So it really has been difficult for your race leader. Now, he has got a pace advantage over the majority of the field, it must be said, has Alexander Davidson, but still, the further up the field you get in terms of lapping cars, the more difficult it gets when it's a single class field. It's a completely different concept to, say, when you've got the Nürburgring 24 Hours, for example, that we'll see very shortly in iRacing, how that race, it's multi-class, so you'll see lap cars and cars that just fly by lap traffic. Here, it's all single class. It's all the same category of car, and when you've got them fighting in front, Alexander Davidson's got the bit between his teeth to try and work his way through.
He absolutely has. This is, as I mentioned, the lower part of the top 10 who are fighting here for position. There's cars multiple laps down as well. But at the front of this group, Shuma Fukuyama for Scuderia Fermata is currently running in 8th place. Then next in line at Luke Andrews, Jack Jeffries, David Baker. They're all here. And then you've got Davidson in here as well. Luke Andrews is in the dark blue. You can just see here, these guys who are about to go one lap down are lapping people not on their lap either. That's how busy it is out there at the moment. There's a flash of the lights as well from Fukuyama, who I think has been a little bit frustrated in these last few moments with the amount of traffic staying in the way of him. He'll get through around the outside there and get the inside for Goodwood, but Luke Andrews just follows through, and it suddenly just seems so much easier when you're following a driver in front of you. So much easier to get through lap traffic when you're the second one to do it.
Yeah, the leader is very much sort of waking up that lap traffic to, oh, by the way, we're coming through. The car following through is just go, oh, thank you for opening that gap for me. I'll waltz through that as well. So yeah, Luke Andrews, the change of driver for that Cube Controls Reparto Corsa team into 8th place for them, but yeah, we've got the different tyres, the different strategies at play here. You've got Davidson and McFarlane as Jeffries. Jack Jeffries has just got a slow down penalty for the Altitude 3M Esports car that we're on board with now, but McFarlane and Davidson 47 seconds in the pit stop for them. Crofton Woodhatch, Leo Brown, JD Rodriguez, Matt Caruana, who incredibly is up to 6th place now for that Project 91 by Abrupti car. And also Dan McFarlane for the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car. They're all 54 second pit stops apart from Brown, who was a 50-second pit stop. So there's different strategies at play here, as Jeffries now allowing the number 6. Well, I don't think he allowed him past. David Baker just went, I'm coming through, thank you very much.
I must admit, I think I heard him lifting off, to be fair. I think he might have been letting him through, but I don't know. Jeffries down to outside the top 10 anyway. It's been a good start to the race for Altitude, 11th and 12th. David Baker looks pretty unstoppable either way, so whether he was let through or whether he was only going to get past for in the next couple of moments, I don't know, as they now get to the club chicane again. Baker, oh, we'll get another place now. The 888 goes for a spin and straight into the wall. Luke Andrews makes a very similar error to what Harry Fox did not so long ago, and 888's in the barriers down there.
And that's day done for them. That engine's toast as well. It's going to be a long time in the pit box there, and Luke Andrews, we've seen that happen to a couple of the Hondas, haven't we, through the chicane there, get it all crossed up going into it, and then it just spits them out of the exit of club chicane, and well, here we see again. So Luke Andrews hits that curb, it unsettles the car, and he's just bang, he's tried to recover it, and it's just, to borrow a phrase from Martin Brundle, headed to the scene of the accident.
Yeah, it's just that transition that's just got unsettled, and it's gone straight on into the barriers. A real shame for the Cube Controls team. Cube Controls Reparto Corsa. 888, Luke Andrews, unfortunately, will drop laps as a result of that, which is a real shame. As you can see on the right-hand side, the pit stop will begin, but it will go on for some time. That leaves everybody promoted a place. David Baker's up to 9th. Jack Jeffries into the top 10. Dan Mullenkamp is now 11th. So that is the added benefit for these guys. They're all an additional further position out in front, but they're about to go a lap down overall as Alexander Davidson continues to tear through the field there. This is further back, already 1 lap down, not far from 2 down for Ayrton Reutemann in the midfield. Currently running in 23rd, just in behind. James Cullen here in the Delta Sport Sim Shop car. This is for 22nd place, and Reutemann has been running in this part of the field for quite some time now.
Well, he actually started in 22nd, did Reutemann, so yeah, he's only lost 1 place in all of this. I want to give a mention to James Cullen there in front in that Delta Sport Sim Shop TCR, and that Hyundai Elantra. Started 55th on the grid. He's gained 33 places, although with that run through the club chicane, he might be coming under a bit of pressure from Ayrton Reutemann.
Yeah, we've got some big stories of some big movers forward so far in the race today. It's always likely with a 60-car entry, of which we've lost quite a few now. I think we're up to 17 retirements maybe in the first half of the race. There are the movers, by the way, on the left-hand side. In the top 10, biggest movers forward is that number 13 for Jack Jeffries. This is, in the meantime, Dan McFarlane, who is in the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car. Not to be confused with Ross McFarlane, of course. Shima Fukuyama just in behind him here in this battle for 7th place. And, would you know it, another lap car just in front of them as well. This is Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, having gained some time throughout the pit stops. Now losing it on the other side. That was a big slide.
Oh my word, that's not what you want when you're involved in the battle, Dan McFarlane and Shuma Fukuyama. To have a lap car just sliding their way through, giving it a bit of drift up through Goodwood. Yeah, if I'm Dan McFarlane, I'm just there going, please hold it, don't hold me up, and yeah, able to get past that lap traffic. But Dan McFarlane, you say not to get confused with Ross McFarlane, it's a completely different spelling of the surname as well, so to be fair.
Yeah, but they can't see that. In fairness, I had noticed that actually, but now you point it out, that is true. But still, you know, it's enough to confuse me. Okay, you know, it puts me off from asking if they're related or not. I'm going to guess not.
I do want to give a quick mention, by the way, to somebody who I was chatting to earlier today on my Twitch stream, and it is one of the drivers who's not in this particular split, Andy Corsa, who's in one of the lower splits, is racing with hand controls for the throttle. Now, around here for 4 hours, that is going to be absolutely brutal, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up with cramped hands with the hand controls for throttle. Absolutely, that is a great effort, and a super difficult afternoon as well, because yeah, around here the amount of adjustments you'll be making, the high intensity nature of the racing just in itself is enough. But yeah, that is a great effort this afternoon as we ride on board with 2 very different lines through the final chicanes there. McFarlane will have no momentum out of there. Shuma Fukuyama will get a lot closer, but he's probably not close enough for a move down into Campbell this time round. They're kind of on their own here now. They've gotten rid of the group that they were so embedded in earlier on in the day. McFarlane has not got any distractions here. He's going to feel the pressure from Fukuyama. However, he cuts this at the moment through Seagrove. Now he's under severe pressure from Fukuyama. Look at this, through the left-hander. This is Noble. Get over those curves on the left-hand side, then set up for Goodwood. Bit of a wider entry there from the man we're riding on board with. That should give him a better exit as well. They're pretty even, in fact. McFarlane does a decent job through there, but he's going to be surely defending the inside down into that final chicane. It depends on the run through Church, and look at how wide they're going. Right up to the edge of that exit curb. Now, if this was under Motorsport UK rules, they'd be getting warnings for track limit violations there, because in Motorsport UK, so over here in the UK, you're not actually allowed to have the outside tyres go over the back edge of a curb. So if you go onto that green painted surface with your outside set of tyres, unlike in, say, Formula 1 or other events where it's as long as you've got one wheel on the curb, in Motorsport UK, they're very strict on those track limits, and yeah, being out on that painted surface would be getting you a track limit violation. Stephen Walker, by the way, in 17th, has got a black flag.
There's another one. I should have started keeping count at the beginning of this race, to be honest, but it's too late now. There's already been enough. Unfortunately, we'll see if anybody can get to the end of the day without having suffered one. Stephen Walker, as you say, currently running in 17th place. That's a decent gain for him this afternoon. Xavier Sanchez the same, 6 places gained so far, and that's Tobias Signer just up in front. These are a couple of drivers, I think, Signer and Sanchez, who've been running nose to tail all day long, but by staying out of trouble, they're now both in the top 20.
Yeah, they are, and they're doing a good job of just plugging away. I will say, Locked In Racing in 21st, the only Audi in the field, and they're in 21st, and they've gained 21 places. So great day for John Babineau to work forward in that sole Audi car out there on track.
That's a great effort. So far, 1 hour 50 gone, just about. On board. Meanwhile, with that battle, James Cullen has been behind him for a little while here, actually, Babineau. And Etten Reuteman's not too far behind them either. But you get the feeling here that the Delta Sport SimShop car is going to be moving forward again here. So far, 33 places made. Started in 55th, now up to 22nd. Good run through Church as well here. It is all about that run if you're looking for a move, and John Babineau knows that. He defends the inside, at least first part of the inside anyway. Here comes Cullen on the outside. Is he going to be brave enough round here? Super close to contact. There must be contact. There is. They just swap a bit of paint through that front chicane there, and Cullen on all sorts of the wrong line has lost a load of time there. He'll be looking over his shoulder actually at Reutemann, and he will stay in front of him at least, but that was all sorts of the wrong line there, and very nearly a similar story to what we've seen a couple of times already this afternoon.
Oh, that was a heart-in-mouth moment there, and yeah, very, very close for Cullinan to... did get a slow-down penalty, did cut across the inside of the chicane on the exit of the chicane, but it was all crossed up there, so I'm hardly surprised. You take the bailout on that one rather than trying to keep it on the track limit. So good to see Matt Calver there in 14th, Marcelo Reales in 15th for W2 ePro GP, and working their way through lap traffic here in this battle for 14th place.
This is Marcelo Reales, just has a peak there, but he can't find himself down the inside again. Just so much happening all around the circuit. This is a group for 13th. Jack Bolton at the head of this. It's just endless at the moment. 2 hours 8 to go. Oh, that's fast in towards Goodwood. Look at that for Reales. Pretty good entry there in number 11. And he just grabbed that bit of grass, didn't he, there, and almost feels like it sort of sucks you in out there on the outside of Goodwood, or Church as well, to be fair. Just sort of brings you off the circuit if you get a wheel in. There's another one as well. He's got to be careful with that. He'll be racking up the incidents if he keeps going on like that.
That grass on the exit of Goodwood, if you go too far wide, yeah, it just, see you later, you're into the runoff, and then it's a case of trying to work your way back on track. So it is a very easy mistake to make, and he's just made another mistake. He's got himself a slow down penalty through the club chicane, so not being a good lap there for the W2 ePro GP driver of Reales in that Honda Civic. Just 8 cars on the lead lap right now. Shuma Fukuyama, the last of the lead lap cars, about to be caught by Alexander Davidson at the head of the field.
Yeah, going to be caught very soon. So there will be changes afoot there in terms of those on the lead lap. We wonder how many are going to finish on the lead lap at the end of this. Could only be 3 or 4, to be honest. JD Rodriguez has not started out with this second stint as fast as he started out his first. 13 seconds behind Leo Brown now. And I know that some time was lost, nearly 4 seconds was lost in the pit stops. He's lost the rest on the circuit because those two were very close coming into the pit stops for the first time around. And that's a bit of a shame that he's no longer looking as strong as he was earlier, because he was very exciting to watch inside the top 5. Through on the inside line here for Mark Calvert on Jack Bolton. Calvert's done a good job as well from the back end of the field. It's not going to show that because he started from pit lane, of course, and that's not where positions gain graphic is taken from, but he has gained loads of places today, probably most of anybody actually, if we factor him in starting 60th as opposed to wherever he qualified.
12th. It was 12th qualified,
yeah.
so he's down 2 places officially, but he's gained a bunch more than that from where he actually physically started the race. And don't forget as well, he was what, 20 odd seconds back from he was what, 40 seconds back from the race leader early on as well, from that pit lane start. So yeah, he's a minute and a half off of the race leader now, but been doing a good job. He's had some good pace in that. It's a shame that he wasn't able to actually take the start.
Yeah, it is, especially since it was some sort of technical problem for him that meant he couldn't start the engine, and that's given him a big task to do this afternoon. Mentioned earlier that he's going to be exciting to watch come through the field, and he certainly has been. Bolton, the next of them to be overtaken. James Cullen's just got past John Babineau, by the way, down in 21st. One of those other groups we were watching earlier on. There is confirmation visually. John Babineau still up 20, but he loses a place. It looked like that was a fairly textbook move into the chicane there, really, based on the fact they were not side by side coming out of it. Babineau might have surrendered to the inevitable there.
You've got to play the percentages, haven't you, in an event like this? And I think what we're learning as we're almost reaching the halfway point. I can't believe we're at this point already. It's absolutely flown by us, this race. In a race like this, where it is so competitive, you've got to play those percentages and think, I'll live now to go on and fight again tomorrow, later on in the race. It's almost worth sort of sacrificing in times when you're thinking, actually, let's play the risk-reward percentages. What is actually going to be the reward out of this one? Towards the end of the race, yeah, you're going to fight that out. You're going to fight that out tooth and nail. But right now, getting towards the halfway point of the race, your 20th place, down in that area of 21st, 22nd, you're not going to fight too hard. Although somebody hasn't told some of our drivers.
Yeah, well, yes. And also, yeah, 2 hours 4 is a pretty daunting prospect to defend for. That's a very long time indeed. As the battle for 12th place or 13th place again in the field continues. Calvert inside this time in the Mag Performance yellow Honda. Oh, close to side-to-side contact. It looked like their trajectory was going to meet there through the middle part of the complex, but it is through for Mark Calvert. Jack Bolton back one. A pretty well executed move in the end, although it was pretty tight at times there for Mark Calvert.
Yeah, made it work, that's for sure, but it was a bit questionable at some point through that. I just want to touch, whilst we've got a moment here to breathe, because there's been so much action going on. Did you know this isn't actually the first endurance race that's happened at this venue?
No.
It is the Thruxton 500 used to take place for motorbikes. Would you like to know the last winners of the event in 1973?
Oh. I hope you're not asking me to guess. You're just going to tell me.
I'm not. I'm just asking, would you like to know?
Oh, go on then. Yeah, go on.
Rex Butcher and Norman White on a 745 Norton.
Okay, I thought you were going to say... So
the average speed on motorbikes, and that was for road motorbikes as well. It wasn't just racing bikes. This was for road bikes. 82.5 mile an hour average speed in that race, in the 500-mile race.
What's that? 6 hours or so? 6 hours finish time. I'm trying to do the maths.
Like that, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite a long time, isn't it? But impressive job back then. I don't I don't know if I'm supposed to recognise those names or
No,
not.
you're
But
not.
no, okay.
You will recognise the first winners' names, though.
Oh, will I?
One of them, Mike Halewood.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I do recognise
Because-
that. Even I recognise that. I know nothing
Brands
about bikes.
Hatch. Halewood Hill at Brands Hatch. There you go.
I didn't know that. And don't forget, of course, 1973, it's still the same layout, even though, all those years ago. It's what you mentioned earlier on about Thruxton. It hasn't changed literally since then.
What's happened to Fukuyama? He's dropping down the order. I think he might have had a technical issue. Just
yeah.
that the way he's dropping down.
Looks like it. He's just disappeared from what we see. That is a real shame for Scuderia Fermata. I've got to say, I don't know if you recognise the name, but Shuma Fukuyama is not a driver I've seen before in one of these events, but was driving really well inside the top 10 against lots of other names who I have seen, and I do know are very good drivers. There's really good effort from him so far this afternoon. Unfortunately, it's come to an end less than halfway through.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's a technical issue. Connection to the server. He's about to drop, so that's unfortunate for him. I've been really impressed by him there in that car. So yeah, the 476, the Scuderia Fermata, doing a good job out there today.
Well, they've still got, I'm not sure whether they are teammates, but Scuderia Ferryman, just with a similar name, are up inside the top 5. There'll be some hopes for them that they can have a good race at the end of the day. JD Rodriguez still running inside that top 5 as you can see Casey Smith coming in to pit lane. We're at that stage of the race now where we might well be seeing some pit stops pretty regularly. Although still too early to pit and make it to the end of the race. Here comes Mark Cowber down the inside of a lap car, trying to catch up to Jakob Behrens, who we haven't spoken about for a little while. But he's one of those drivers who can't be far away from a pit stop. He took only 2 tyres at his first pit stop, and it was 45 laps ago already. This is lap 45 of his stint, so actually Behrens won't be out there for that much longer.
You wouldn't imagine so, would you? It's certainly getting towards the end of that stint then for the number 16 Racing Lab Esports car. That's the only car that I can see from the timing screen that I've got access to that did that shorter pit stop at the start of the race compared to those who have been basically bringing the car. So interested to see what Racing Lab Esports have seen there in the numbers and in the testing that they'll have been doing to see how they can pull off a result here.
Yeah. Just, very, very curious strategy so far from them. But for the moment, they are certainly in contention for a top 10. David Baker is now just ahead of Jack Jeffries. WSR Esports look to get 4 cars inside the top 5 maybe by the end of the day. I think it's probably achievable for them. It might be a bit of a bridge too far to lock out the front 4 positions between all their drivers, but at the very least they could get 4 in the top 5. They've already got 4 in the top 8. It's a very impressive effort so far. The favourites of this race have certainly lived up to the billing so far, and that is why they are at 1, 2 and 3 so far, all covered by less than 30 seconds. And I've got to say, over the course of this, I don't know if it's just me, it looks like Ross McFarlane is at the very least holding the margin to Alexander Davison, if not bringing it down ever so slightly. Still got 23 seconds to go, which is a very long way, but it seems to me as if he's at the very least holding it where it is at the moment.
I think it's with how the flow of traffic has gone in this, and you'll be seeing it ebb and flow between the two of them when Alex Davidson catches that traffic, gets through it, and then Ross eventually gets to them as well. So I think you've seen that little bit of ebb and flow. I can actually tell you that Crofton Woodhatch has actually been catching Ross McFarlane in third place. So remember, Crofton took longer at the pit stop than Ross by a good, well, basically by the gap they've got now, which is about 5 seconds. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if Crofton could get to Ross and get the WSR Esports car in between the Adestis Racing by WSR cars.
I'd actually say, by the way, that he lost about 7 seconds, close to 7 seconds, and so I think he has actually, brought this gap down. 53 plays Phil 46. So yeah, Woodhatch is definitely seeing this go the right way, and it's 4.5 seconds just in the time that we've been talking about it. So it's going the right way for Crofton Woodhatch as things stand, at least for the battle for second. There's a flash of the lights from Mark Calvert. He tries to get past Jacob Behrens. That's not a lapped car just in front of him. That is a pass for position that Mark Calvert has to make here on a car with a lot less fuel on board than him, which could make it quite difficult.
So one thing we have had pointed out, James Boumay's let us know that the Honda has a better tyre advantage. It has a large tyre advantage over the Elantra, so that might also explain why you saw Racing Lab Esports do that short pit stop to start with to get some front tyres on that car, and maybe it's showing its disadvantage now.
Yeah, it's a better theory than any I've got, so we'll take that.
I mean, he's talking about a large tyre advantage that the Honda has over the Elantra. The Elantra's a longer wheelbase car, as we mentioned earlier. It doesn't turn quite on the nose as the Honda does. So the Honda, in having a better chassis, is going to look after its tyres naturally better anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it all makes sense. And, oh, hello, Behrens is feeling the need to defend it anyway. I'm not sure he quite got across the nose there of Calvert. He just chased him down the road there. And on the very inside line, Mark Calvert is going to get through as long as he gets that stopped, and he will. So Mark Calvert is into 11th. Jacob Behrens is 12th, and I think perhaps the reason he didn't want to give up the insides because he didn't want to get shut out from going in the pit lane, but he's been able to get in anyway, and he will now take another set of tyres.
I think it's going to be potentially a change of driver as well. Yeah, so Nikolai Mej getting into that car. Brutalised his name, so apologise to Nikolai there. But yeah, so Racing Lab Esports taking that change of driver as well. So that'll be a full stop, full service, tyres, fuel and driver. Oh, black flag for JD Rodriguez. He's heading onto pit road right now.
I wonder whether that's where some of his pace has gone here, whether he was fearful of a black flag and so just toned it back a bit to try and avoid that. But, I mean, you might as well just take the drive through at this stage. He's got over halfway. He's got to really focus now, though, on getting through the last hour 53 with only 10 incident points and not getting a second drive through. That's got to be his real key focus now.
So yeah, as car 42 apparently is driving the wrong way at the chicane, we see a lot of tyre smoke as well at the chicane. So car 42 is the sausage rolled it car. So the Greg's car has had issues at the chicane. Meanwhile, Mark Calvert moving forward even more positions, up into 10th.
That's Dan Merlenkamp, his latest victim. This is what happened, though, to Dylan Freckleton in that 42 car. Spins right the way through the chicane and eventually finds the barrier. And this is how he was driving backwards. I was about to say, when you find yourself in the wall down there at the final chicane, you often end up driving backwards just so you can get yourself back on the circuit. Racing
Lab Esports, mechanical warning flag whilst on pit road. So something's happened to them whilst they were getting... Well, they must have had some damage to that car that forced them to pit when they did.
That is odd.
Because it's a long pit stop for them.
Yeah. Well, no top 10 for Racing Lab Esports in that case. Yeah, they are back on pit lane now. Their lane time being suggested at over 2 minutes. Yeah, so this is definitely their second part of the stop. Because when we watched them, they came into the box and they got up on the jack straight away almost as normal. I can't understand that.
They must have something wrong. I could tell you exactly what it is. It's a connection issue. So iRacing introduced a new function that if somebody's connection was that bad, it would send them to the pit lane, and that is what's happened here.
Wow. So he never got off pit lane effectively.
No.
He just got sent straight back again. Yeah. Wow. And that's also, by the way, why you could see him appearing and disappearing on the right-hand side because of those connection problems. That is a real shame. You'd think they would have known that was going to happen with a shaky connection just beforehand, unless the connection became really quite shaky as soon as he got into the car, which would be pretty bad luck.
It can be something other than just the connection, though. If I was taking part in a league race, it wasn't last night, but the previous week, we had a driver who kept on disappearing and reappearing, and it was actually computer hardware issues that was causing those issues. So it wasn't the physical connection itself to the server, it was just the computer itself wasn't behaving, and the sim was struggling to pass the data to and from the server of the race.
Yeah, I can definitely believe that, but I still think that he could have known about that before the pit stop and stop this from happening, but it's clearly not able to be stopped right now. Jakob Behrens gets back into the car, and this has been a lane time of nearly 5 minutes now. This is costing them 4 laps now, pretty much, maybe more. It's could be a day for Behrens on his own, but they've got to get that issue fixed because they've got to do fair share if they've got 2 drivers entered. It could be very difficult to get that car to the finish if there's only 1 driver.
If the driver doesn't actually leave the pits, would they then be affected by the fair share?
I think these days, if you just entered into the car, you have to abide by fair share.
In the past, we had an issue, now I'm talking probably 2017, 2018, in a team that I competed in. We had one of our drivers have issues. He never actually took place in the race, so he never even got into the car, and we didn't get disqualified because we had other drivers and we met fair share.
Yeah.
Now the sim, I'm just looking in the sim itself, it's showing Nikolai as starting a lap, so because of that they do need to get Nikolai into the car at some point to meet that fair share ruling.
Also, the instance in which you're talking about there in 17, 18 kind of time, that is also back in the days when you could enter, millions of people, and most of them, didn't drive, and it didn't matter. I think to stop people entering into cars and getting them into splits that the actual drivers who are going to be driving don't deserve, they've made it so that if you're entered, you have to drive, and I think that's the right way to do it as well, by the way. But it's unfortunate in stages like this because Behrens is going back out there now. If he gets in for just the 1 stint towards the end, then it should be fine in terms of drive time. But if he can't actually get that fixed in the next 40 minutes or so, then it could become a real problem.
Combustible Lemon are having issues as well. Matthew Repka with a drive-through penalty, black flag for the 490 down in the order. So the black flags are now coming thick and fast after the first half of the race. The problem is now is that those drivers who have taken a drive-through penalty for incident point accumulation have now only got 10 incident points then before they get the next drive-through penalty. So they're on a knife edge, really, if you think about it, if you've only been able to go half a race without hitting that limit.
And there's no disqualification limit, by the way, so you just keep going and getting drive-through after drive-through every 10 incident points after your initial drive-through penalty, which we've now seen for quite a few drivers, unfortunately, in this field, including JD Rodriguez, actually, from the top 5. Thought it would give Matt Caruana more of a chance to break into the top 5, actually, but it hasn't really. He's only 9 seconds back, though. And JD Rodriguez may well spend the latter portion of this race defending. We will wait and see, but it's a real big factor in this race, that's for sure. That's Tobias Signer just in front, by the way, ahead of Xavier Sanchez. Signer's in the red, just overtaking some lap traffic here in the battle for 16th place. It's actually our highest placed battle in the field, if you can believe it, based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, things have finally calmed down, haven't they? It's been a race of attrition, that is for sure, and people have been pushing all the way through this one, and it is costing people a lot of people from actually being able to finish this race. I think half the battle of this one is what we're seeing here, is just being able to make it to the end of the race with 4 wheels still attached to your motor.
Yeah. Oh! And that's exactly why. That's one of the reasons why number 15 there with a huge moment through the final chicane. And it seems to me like that final chicane is almost impossible to know how to take it, really. Sometimes you can really monster the curbs, bounce your way across, and it's absolutely fine. And on other occasions, things like that happen, where you very nearly find yourself in the wall. And the fact that number 15 is not in the wall is a testament to the driver there, because we've seen that end much worse in the past.
But once again, it's a Honda that did that. It's basically been the Hondas that have been throwing the car into the wall on corner exit of that chicane. So, yeah, I think that's one disadvantage that Honda seems to have, is being able to ride over those curbs. I mean, when I tested the Honda when it was brand new into the service, it did feel a lot more pogo-y, a lot more bouncy on the rear of the car than, say, the Elantra. And that can have a detriment when it comes to curb riding. And that last chicane, you have to ride the curbs. There's no question about that.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the use of the word pogo-y there, by the way. That was quite... I enjoyed that.
Well, it's a descriptive measure, isn't it?
It is. And it describes that quite well. To be honest, it is interesting that sort of a split in the manufacturer there that that we've seen, because sometimes these TCRs, I've got to say, especially from the outside, sometimes they look like they all handle the same, but they certainly don't when you actually get inside and drive one of these. It's a very different story compared to which one you're in. As we've seen here today, Honda the one to have here at Thruxton, and that is the one that is out front for the moment. You always get these tracks where a certain manufacturer is quicker than some of the others, but thankfully we do have all of them represented here today at the very least. Our only Audi in the field is where is John Babino now? I think has he dropped through the field somewhere? He's not 22nd anymore. Can't find him anymore.
He has he been on pit road?
Oh no, sorry, he's moved up. That's why.
Oh, 20th. Yes.
Yeah. So I was being very cynical and just moving down when I got to 22nd, just thinking he'd gone wrong, but actually he's just moved forward and done well. So sorry about that. 20th place. Yeah, he's moved forward and not actually that far behind James Cullen, who's raced away from him. We just saw the number 15 car have that huge moment through the chicanes, by the way. We'll probably see it again soon, because James Cullen is just in behind in the Derek Sport Sim Shop car. I've got to say, Cullen has looked very, very fast since he's joined us here this afternoon. And I'd imagine that 18th place will be his in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Cullen's had some pace about him, that is for sure. And he's done a sensational job working his way through the field. 36 places gained from starting 55th. Makes you question what mistake did he make in qualifying that meant that he wasn't able to start further up the field. That is for sure. Heike 360, Xavier Sanchez, that we're looking at 17th, right behind that epic sim racing red Tobias Sagner car. As you mentioned, Ewan, closest battle out there on track and putting the pressure on. And they've got the Wild Things Racing car laps down behind them as well. So Kayla Kunsabo started right at the back of the field, up 32 places into 28.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on him this afternoon, because he's certainly one of those who... I don't know if you spied actually Paul in qualifying. Did he intend to not qualify, or did he just not get a lap in?
He did 2 laps, but they were invalidated, both of them.
Okay. I wonder whether he was giving himself a challenge, but no, I suspected he failed to get a lap in. Yeah, as we've been talking about, we've seen here's Ayrton Ruterman having gone off track too many times and serving a drive-through penalty as well. Very, very easy to do, and that was definitely a factor in qualifying as well. 4 teams didn't qualify in the end. and then Mark Calver had to start from the pit lane after technical problems as well, separately, after qualifying quite well actually in the end in 12th place. But Kili Kinsabo there, I think, would have been one of our, maybe not favourites for the race, but certainly inside the top 10, top 5 kind of region. Unfortunately, you're never going to recover that when you're starting 60th.
I mean, I race against him in the GTE series on a Friday night with TSRC, and he's one of those drivers who is quick, but just does not have the consistency at all, and makes mistakes and gets involved in things that he shouldn't get involved in, and I think if he calmed down a bit and was a bit smarter in his racecraft, could be right up there and pushing in a race like this. But yeah, it's one of those frustrating drivers that you think you should be doing better than you are from an observer point of view. What that means is he's going to watch back this broadcast, hear me say that, and say, right, Friday night I'm going to have you.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you should have saved that till after the season. There we go. It's out of the world now. No, I think that pretty much lines up from what I'm raced against him, but I have watched him a fair amount as well. That does match up. But doing one of these races, I think over the course of 4 hours, great opportunity. I think TCR as well as a car class. It's a great class to sort of almost practice building up your speed with that consistency basis. I think, then you can move into faster stuff where it does get more difficult to stay consistent, especially when there's less assists when you get to the high-powered stuff and less assists. I know these TCRs don't, but they don't have very much power either. But, yeah, it could be a good way to sort of build that confidence and hopefully build the consistency, because that is super important, almost more important than your actual pace in a 4-hour race like this, or take it as a 4-hour stint in a 24-hour race, whatever you want. Consistency almost more important than your actual speed here to a degree, because of because of how long the stint is effectively, and hopefully he can start to just build that a little bit ahead of I'm sure what he's going to be doing in the future, especially sort of sprint racing you do. You think, well, I got through 4 hours without any problems. Certainly, I can get through half an hour, 1 hour, whatever it is.
I can tell Young Soo Moon, by the way, that Mag Performance black car has just come down pit road for a drive-through penalty. That's after serving a previous black flag drive-through penalty, so there's accumulated 10 instant points there in that one, unfortunately. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The key to an endurance race is being consistent. You want to be quick as well. Absolutely, you want to be quick in a race like this, but also having that consistency in being quick. I mean, you look at Alex Davidson at the front of the field. He's consistently been in the 15s pretty much the entirety of the race. He has just had the pace over everyone else, and it's shown why he's at the front of the field, although Ross McFarlane has caught up a second and a bit over him at the front, as Matthew Repka has just got himself a slow down penalty by cutting over the chicane.
The classic mistake made, unfortunately, through that final part of the lap. So easy to get out of the track limits there and be forced to just give up some time on the other side. Well, we are approaching quite quickly now the final third of this race, and another round of pit stops. This race ripping by very, very quickly indeed. We saw in the first stint that actually can go well over 1 hour 20, even to 1 hour 30 in some cases, just about. And so maybe we're going to not see pit stops for some in even the next half an hour or so. But the final pit stops are generally going to be starting to be made in about 10 minutes time and onwards from there. And then the run to the end in the 4 hours of Thruxton. It looks like it is going to be Alexander Davidson's to lose. While he's not extended his advantage any further, he's not really lost any time either since we last spoke about him about 20 minutes ago or so. Maybe longer, actually. It was about 23 seconds then. It's only just 22 now, but as you said that time, it's ebbing and flowing in the traffic a little bit, and that is continuing right now for the leader, who I'm sure is comfortable in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping an incredible pace. He's only half a second off of his fastest lap. But it's not just the pace that he's keeping, it's the gap that he's keeping behind him. As Jay Cole is serving a drive-through penalty, by the way, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen with the pit stop timer. So, yeah, it's just been incredibly reliable at the front of the field, as Alexander Davidson, over his teammate Ross McFarlane, who, of course, jumped Crofton Woodhatch in the pit stops. Woodhatch has actually dropped back from Ross McFarlane now. He's 10 seconds back, whereas we were seeing those two getting a bit closer. So that slightly alternate strategy that Crofton had run with the longer pit stop, not really panning out for him, unfortunately.
No, not for the moment. This is Andrew Taphorn for the Maple Tea Racing team. Haven't, I don't think, spoken about this team at all just yet, but this is 26th position for number 069. And then the Greg's car just up in front. It's Isabel Matthews in 25th position, number 67. Matthews also doing this race alone, by the way, along with lots of other drivers in this field. Of course, we haven't had our last pit stops yet, and so maybe there will be some final driver changes, but it looks like the general consensus actually is to go solo rather than changing driver, in fairness, through the final chicane there. Taphorn with a bit of a better run here. By the time they get to Campbell Corner, maybe there's going to be a chance, maybe not with that through turn number 1. Yeah, solo driving seems to have been the way forward for more teams than not, actually, which has surprised me a little bit.
We saw this in the Road America 500 as well, it must be said. The mental fatigue that these drivers will be suffering from by the end of the race, that's where your drivers who are used to racing at a higher standard will be more resilient. Whereas some of these drivers who are taking part in this on their own, it will be brutal. As Andrew Taphorn running right out to the edge of the track there. I used to race the Nürburgring Endurance Series, the official series in iRacing, on my own, doing 4-hour races on my own. At the end of those races, you're just so exhausted. Not necessarily physically, but mentally, just so exhausted. And I think quite a few of these drivers will be thinking, whew, I need a lie down. I need a drink of their choice. You know, they really will have earned it if they get to the end of this race. And as you say, a third of our field is not making it to the end of this race.
Yep. Those would have been, some of them would have been 2 driver teams as well, not making it, and some solos yet are going to. Quite recently, I did the longest race I've ever done, actually, at 3 hours. And I've got to say, that was quite enough for me. It's, yeah, a real undertaking. We've only been going just under 2.5 at this stage. Yeah.
We've got an important one that involves this battle. Scuderia Ferryman, JD Rodriguez, has got a black flag. Incident accumulation, another 10 instant points accumulated. And he's only, 4 seconds clear of these 2 drivers? So that's big in terms of the top 5.
And that was not that long ago from memory. JD Rodriguez's first drive-through penalty. It wasn't that recently, but it wasn't all that long ago as well. So even keeping that drive-through down to now just 2 across the day is going to be quite difficult, I think, because this is a second one for JD Rodriguez already. Now, that Caruana has been caught in the battle for 6th place here by Dan McFarlane, but it's still going to be the battle for 5th place. They were catching JD Rodriguez anyway, who's not having as good of a second stint as what he did first. And this is going to transfer the battle for 5th over to these 2. Rodriguez doesn't pit this time round. He's going to just wait one more time before pitting in. But, Caruana and McFarlane will be promoted to place here. And JD Rodriguez may well be out of the fight for the top 5 after all of this, because I can see him getting another one, to be honest, before the end.
Well, if you've accumulated those 10 incident points relatively quickly, you're kind of asking for trouble, aren't you, really? Let's be honest on all of that. You are kind of asking for trouble. Matt Caruana, big mover through this field, up 10 places. The Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Dan McFarlane, right behind him. These two have worked through the field because they started next to each other as well in 16th and 17th. They're up to 6th and 7th. Xavier Sanchez, Ike 360, up 9 places, putting the pressure on still on this epic Sim Racing red car in front. Is he thinking more, let's do a bit of fuel saving, being in the slipstream of the car in front and getting the jump done in the pit stops, because he hasn't been able to get by, has he?
Yeah, I was about to ask whether he knows he can overtake the number 88, actually, because he's been stuck behind him so religiously that, you know, this has been going on all race so far. Hopefully later on Sanchez can finally get through, but it's been such a long slog in behind him here as Rodriguez does come in, by the way. He drops behind Caruana and McFarlane as expected, and behind David Baker, who's up to 7th place actually, and then behind is Rodriguez, so down to 8th position in the race. And there is the battle for 7th. It is David Baker. He's actually in front of a car not on his lap, but there you go, promoted into 7th place at the hands of JD Rodriguez, who loses 10 seconds as expected.
David Baker, by the way, is, like I said, he's got a brilliant racecraft. He's got a slight bit of front left damage to that car. It won't be affecting it too much, but it will have a little bit of an effect. But he's got an incredible racecraft, as David. He's a very intelligent driver and really does know how to work a race. I mean, I've chatted to him recently. He says he's lost that top pace that he used to have. He had a little bit of time away from the sim due to other commitments, but he's back, and it's great to see him up there towards the top of the field in the top 10. And I'm not saying that, I'm not biased or anything, but he used to be my teammate, so but I know him well, and I know what he's capable of, and I know that he has got that racing intelligence to be able to do the right thing at the right time.
Yeah. Well, I feel like maybe disproportionately compared to other races, that is really worth a lot here in this event here today, because the amount of the amount of cars you're having to overtake, whether that's for actual position or just track position, as there are lap cars in front of you, that stuff really does matter in this race here, and so that is good quality to have ahead of these 4 hours.
And it's not far off of this battle for 5th place either.
No.
The Caruana and McFarlane battle, so you could well see Baker get involved in this, make it a 3-car train.
No, absolutely. Let's just monitor the lap times this time by Caruana 16.1, McFarlane 16.2, Baker 16.0. So that is a couple attempts gained on the second man in the group, Dan McFarlane there. At a good time as well for David Baker. There is a bit of lap traffic just in front of these guys, as there so often is. Just in front of the number 2 car here. I think that's Andrew Taphorn, who's just in front of them. As we go back to the battles outside of the top 30, this is Young-Soo Moon trying to get past Neil Buckhardt, and for now is not able to, but it is a shame for number 1 Mag Performance, because they qualified very, very well, but now find themselves outside the top 30 and over 3 laps down.
Yeah, and that's the car that had that front end damage, isn't it? Right at the start of the race, Young-Soo Moon, and it affected them massively. This is a recovery drive for them, and it's just not quite worked out for them all, unfortunately, here today. So yeah, been a tricky one for them, but I always say this, I'm sometimes critical in what some sim racers do, where if they can't win a race, as soon as something bad happens to them, it's just oh well, I'm not going to win, so I might as well just give up. you can't have that attitude. If you want to be a successful race driver in full metal racing, if you wanted to be successful in karting, if you want to be successful in any form of competitive environment, chess, rugby, football, whatever your chosen competitive sport is, you can't just have that attitude of, well, I'm not going to win, so I'm crossing my arms and... Oh! Big drama there! And that was a huge moment there for the NJB performance car, and Niels Bocage getting caught out in the braking zone. The back end just swung around on him.
Having said that, it did look like the number one car was going to come down the inside, whether he was having issues or not. Firing down the inside there was Young Soo Moon, and he gets through, to be fair, into 32nd, but that could have been a whole lot worse there, as David Baker is moving through traffic here, getting close to Dan McFarlane now, who's just dropped off the back of Matt Caruana a little bit. He said that Baker might well catch up in the next few moments, and that's exactly what has happened, as Andrew Taphorn, by the way, swaps over for Lewis Clark, who's going to do the final part of the race in number 069.
Yeah, but yeah, just to finish off my point, I was making a bit of a pet peeve of mine is people just giving up. You've got to carry on, and that's what Young Soo Moon is doing. He's carrying on in this race. He's getting whatever result he can out of this because he'll learn from it. Nicky Lauda famously said in a trophy ceremony when he got a trophy, and he dedicated it to all the people who hadn't won that trophy, because he said it, you learn more from defeat than you do from winning, and that's an important thing to remember. I know it can be disheartening if things keep on happening to you and getting involved in incidents time and time again. But you've got to learn from those incidents and learn from those mistakes to move forward. Looking to the inside, Mag Performance Yellow down the inside of the Altitude 3M Esports car.
And that's 31 going through, sorry, that's not number one. So Mark Calvert is continuing to climb through the field here. I'm going to credit him with 51 positions gained so far in this race. I think that's okay. He came out the pit lane at the end of the start here. He couldn't get going initially, but he's made up over 50 places so far and has done a pretty unbelievable job. He's now in behind the 12 car as well, by the way, not too far behind, so he could well have 8th place before he gets to the end of this stint, which is coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, doing a superb job, and also giving the event sponsors, Cube Controls, a nice bit of promotional airtime as well on the side of the car, and doing a good job working the way through the field. That is and again, that goes back. He had an issue on the car, gritted his teeth, and he's moving forward, and he's going to move another place forward here into 8.
What a great drive from Mark Calvert, down the inside, nice and controlled, inside for the club chicane, and he's through. 8th place now for Calvert, and look at that in the background actually. JD Rodriguez has got to make sure that this is not 2 in 1 here, as in behind him Jack Jeffries looks to follow through. We said it with lap traffic, when you're the second car coming through it is a lot easier, and when the driver in front is on the back foot it's the same for making track position, or live position I should say. For 9th this is, side to side, but Rodriguez holds off that attack. He's going to have the compromised line out of Seagrove though, and here comes Jeffries again. He will look to try and use that momentum that Mark Calvert has given him here effectively and try and push JD Rodriguez down another place.
We have lost Ayrton Reutemann, unfortunately, so lost another driver from this race here. But yeah, what a drive from Jack Jeffries as well. Started 24th up to 10th right now. Flash of the headlights from the lap car, don't know why, because there were cars putting contact, JD Rodriguez and the car. Oh, that's a bit of afters, that's not on at all. They both go wiping out into the grass there, and well, Jack Jeffries, he must have had his heart in his mouth at that moment.
He will have done, and somehow Rodriguez is still going at quite a speed, might I add, as well through the grass. He will keep 10th place at least, but surely have to pit.
Was that Lars Veal, by the way?
I'm not
that he had
sure.
contact with. He's come onto pit road as well.
Yeah, it was. It was Lars. Well, we'll see that again shortly, but that was JD Rodriguez getting all sorts of crossed up there. And I think it's probably, whether he's got damage or not, that's probably a good time to end the stint for JD Rodriguez, because that was starting to go the wrong way for him.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a sit down on the naughty step as well. You can't really go too wide through there. Now, the follow-up after it, though, from the lap car was not necessary. Didn't need to continue going right there. And, it's... The initial contact, could have been avoided, absolutely. But why is the lap car also trying to hold? I don't know. I can't excuse the follow-up one though.
Yeah. The second bit, he just keeps turning right, almost in retaliation to Rodriguez. We'll see it again here.
I mean, I think JD needs to pull out of that one because he's not got far enough alongside. Absolutely.
Yeah. I agree with that, but obviously then Lars Veal comes straight back again and tries to take him off the road and succeeds in the end. And they've both given each other damage, so nobody's come out of there covered in glory, unfortunately. You're right. I think Rodriguez probably would have been better to just wait through Church that time round and go into the chicane, because he wasn't very far alongside at all, and ended up causing a bit of an accident there. But also, the retaliation was certainly not what you want to see either. So unfortunately, they've taken each other off the circuit, and as you can see, they're now going to spend at least a minute in pit lane. Rodriguez now finally done after just over 100 seconds.
Right, so after all that excitement, Marcelo Reales then now trying to put the pressure on Dan Mullenkamp. Been a bit of a difficult one for the number 3 car, the Altitude 3M Esports car. Not being the second stint that they would have liked to have had after James Boumet's performance in the initial stages of the race. And look at that, Marcelo Reales just using the slipstream and pulling through.
Yeah, straight through. And that's another car, by the way, with a great recovery this afternoon.
Oh, that's a slow car. That was car 15.
Very slow. And is that other Honda that was quite slow on the exit related as well? I'm not sure, but it almost looked like that car was coming away from being stopped not long ago. It was going so slowly.
Yeah, now, was it that car was getting just out of the way of people or not? Car 15 is that cutting corner YouTube Christian Korn car that's in 19th right now. So something happened there for that number 15 car.
Yeah, it did, unfortunately. Did I see a spin? No, I didn't. I thought I saw someone spinning in the background, but I don't think I did. In the end, it looks like we're all okay. 1 hour 18 still to go. We're definitely in the window now for the final stops of the afternoon to be made. And they will start to be made by quite a few of the contenders as well. We are approaching the end of, in fact, lap 65 for people like Jack Jeffries. And so surely he's going to be in quite soon. Yeah.
James Cullen has had an issue. He's got mechanical meatball flag, so he's onto pit road. He's had to take a tour. And I have a funny feeling it's that last chicane biting once again.
It's the most likely place you would expect. That's a real shame for James Cullen. He was coming through the field really nicely and was looking very quick in that Delta Sport car. But unfortunately, looks like he will be spending a bit of time down on pit lane there as well. So a couple of things to have a look at down in that final chicane in the last few moments.
Keeping our producer on his I'll tell you what, to be fair, Hugo Luis, our producer, has been kept on his toes all the way through this one. Here's what's happened to Cullen then. And it's curb, and then he's decided last minute. Oh dear.
I mean, he has got to have been running out of fuel there, because otherwise you just bail and go next time.
Or the teammate has been there going, so box, no, box, and yeah.
Yeah, but surely you just forget about it for that time and just go around one more. I mean,
unless you are completely out of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that is a real shame, and that's going to be a long repair now. But we spoke about the difficulty in getting on pit lane at the earlier part of the day. I must admit, when I said that, I didn't quite expect somebody to actually hit the pit wall, but here we are.
Well, I mean, it's happened in Full Metal Racing at the Nürburgring 24 hours, so...
Well,
you know, it's happened in the past.
Slightly different circumstances, I might argue, on that occasion. Oh, dear.
Now, apparently we are getting reports that Matt Malone has lost his connection.
Oh. That is not ideal. I did notice quite a few have retired since we last commented on all this, but yeah, Matt Malone is now dropped from the session, it looks like.
He's back in. He's just got back in now.
What happened to his stream? Anyway. Yes.
Think of the important things, not the actual race, but his stream.
Forget the race.
Matt's a really nice guy. I've spent time with Matt, and he's such a nice guy, but he's a funny guy as well. I mean, what you see on the stream, it's turned up to 11 perhaps, but yeah, what you see is what you get with him.
Good to see him back in the race. He has just made his way back out onto circuit. 10 laps down at the moment, but just looking to get to the end. As we always say in endurance races, just getting to the end sometimes is the biggest achievement for most of these teams, and certainly down towards the back end of the field, that is true. Matt Caruana is now in 5th position, just in front of Dan McFarlane and David Baker. The group is now together, the three of them, but just in time for a pit stop phase. Not likely to see them in just for the moment, actually, but at least in the next few laps, they'll all be making their way down pit lane for another pit stop, and it's Ross McFarlane, actually, who's in first. There you go, from 2nd place.
Yeah, so Ross getting that pit stop earlier than his teammates. It's worth remembering David Baker catching the back of this group of cars. He's trying to work his way past lap traffic, is David, but he was a minute in the pit box, don't forget. So he must have absolutely brimmed that car. Compare that to Caruana and Dan McFarlane, they were about 53, 54 seconds in the pit box. So Baker potentially can go longer, or he pits at the same time and has a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Either way, it's going to benefit him as Ross McFarlane now comes out of the pit lane. Alexander Davidson responds. So it is busy down on pit lane again. There he is up on the jacks again, side by side in the meantime, as Caruana tries to fend off Dan McFarlane into the final chicane. Baker's not quite there, he's coming through on lap traffic, but that was Caruana having to legitimately defend that time round.
Yeah, he was. He was having to work hard at that as well. So you could tell we're getting towards the end of the stint, because I think Dan McFarlane's wanting to get in front to come onto pit road so he has a clearer view of his pit box. You pointed it out at that first pit stop cycle, how if it's a crowded pit lane like this is, it's difficult to pick out your pit box and get correctly to a stop to get the fastest service.
Yeah, it is a difficulty. But look at that on pit lane at the moment. So many drivers down there. In fact, Los Villa looks like he's been in for a second time, because he's restarted that timer again. I think he's towed back to pit lane, hasn't he? And he's doing another stop. Nearly 2 minutes in now. And yeah, something's gone on there. Obviously, we saw James Cullum's incident, and that's why he is nearly 6 minutes in the box now. Caruana not quite forced to defend this much that time round, but McFarlane was certainly close. He was having a peek down the inside there, and you could see him just trying to perfect that chicane. When somebody's so close in front of you there, it's actually a little bit difficult to see where your marks are and just how much you can get away with through a chicane until you're right on top of the curb that is either going to give you a slowdown or isn't.
Yeah, I've done races around here, and yeah, you spot on there. That chicane, because the second and third curb are so low, you can't really see them when you're so close to the boot lid of the car in front of you. So you're kind of going by muscle memory at that point when you're that close to the car in front of you through that chicane. So yeah, definitely good driving from these two, Caruana and McFarlane, at the pointy end of the field. Okay, not quite at the very top of the field, but they've been certainly good for their top 5, top 6 positions right now.
Yeah. That is a good run again from McFarlane here, actually. Is he going to be forced to follow through for a second lap? Oh, he's flashing the lights. It's not a get out of the way, but it's a distraction technique, it looks like, and Caruana does feel the need to defend this time round. McFarlane brakes too late on the outside. He's way too far wide there, and he can't cut across the chicane. Oh, he's going to have to eventually. And here comes Baker. No, he comes into the pit lane. Instead of being slowed down by McFarlane, he thought, well, I'm slow anyway, I might as well come in pit lane.
That was smart. That was smart to recognise that McFarlane was going to slow him up and all of that. Get out of there. Get yourself onto pit road, do your service, and get out. Get yourself hopefully into a bit of clean air and be able to push on. That was smart from Baker there.
It was. Very good presence of mind to just think on your feet like that and know what time in the race it is, know that the pit window for the last stop in the day is open, have that all ready for you to just dive in whenever you want to. I mean, fair play to Dan McFarlane for giving that a go on the outside line there, but I think it was pretty clear pretty quickly that he was never going to make that corner, certainly not in the lead, and Matt Caruana did a good job of defending that time round.
I've seen Matt Caruana in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. He knows how to defend. He is a robust defensive driver, that is for sure, and he knows exactly where to place a car out there. And yeah, Caruana, there's a reason that he was chosen to go to the Motorsport Games, and it's his speed and his racecraft are the main reasons there.
Yeah, because racecraft was so important in that F4 part of the Motorsport Games last year, towards the back end of last year. It's absolutely got that. This is Crofton Woodhatch, by the way, still out on the circuit, hasn't made his final pit stop yet, has decided to go longer than his teammates. I'm not sure whether Alexander Davison was motivated by the fact that Ross McFarlane had come into pit lane for his pit stop, or whether he was always going to do that anyway, but it does seem that he went to cover him off there, actually. Lost a second in pit lane, but he's still got over 23 seconds of an advantage over his teammate.
He's just got himself a slowdown penalty through the final chicane as well. He's not immune to it. Yeah, just because he's been doing so well at the front doesn't mean that he's immune to those slowdown penalties. Isabel Matthews in that Balahaj United Motorsport Solo Shark, number 21. Doing a good job in no, not in number 21, number 67. Doing a good job in 21st place onto pit road right now. There was tyre smoke through that final chicane. Somebody's had issues on there, so continuing to cause major issues into that club chicane.
Yeah, it looked like there was a car just getting back underway from a stop there at the final chicane. Certainly some sort of commotion going on up in front of 67 there before a pit stop. Final one of the day for Isabel Matthews. This is Dan McFarlane. Look at the gap now to Matt Caruana. Just that one error, and look at the gap that can be created here to the number 2 car. And that could be pretty dangerous, leaving Matt Caruana with an advantage like that. McFarlane will be a little bit concerned that he's actually not going to get another shot at that, and the attempt he just had around the outside is only one that he's going to get for the remainder of this race.
Don't forget as well that move that Dan McFarlane made into that final chicane was offline, off the racing line. Oh, Oh, big moment for a car in the background of shot. Oh my goodness. That'll be a sensational recovery if they're able to hold on to that. Hopefully our producer can get us that shot, because the Hyundai Elantra that was behind Dan McFarlane then had a big moment on the exit of Church Corner.
Yeah, it's no small accidents around there, and you're going at super high speed through that part of the lap as well. Always big saves required at that part of the racetrack. But there you go. Thankfully, the barrier is actually quite a long way away at Church Corner, so you can get away with it as Leo Brown comes into the pit lane from second position. That's the Guild Racing car, by the way, into pit lane. And now he's going to drop down the field. Looks like Leo Brown is doing this race alone.
It's worth pointing out. Oh, now, oh yeah, the car 3 is Altitude 3M Esports, changing driver back to James Boumé. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these pit stops go. David Baker, by the way, 37.5 seconds was his pit stop. Compare that to Alexander Davidson and Ross McFarlane's 46 seconds respectively. So Baker, by taking that long stop to start with, has been able to get a shorter one towards the end. Matt Malone's had issues. He's onto pit road. He's got mechanical meatball warning flag. So Matt Malone, it looks to be out of the race.
That is a big shame. It's already 11 laps down, and if so, we could become our 25th retirement of the day. It looks to me as if these retirements have continued on in a real rapid rate. Even, first hour, you expect them. I've got to say, through these middle 2 hours, I've been surprised by the attrition rate just a little bit, especially now that there's nearly half the amount of cars on this track than there was before. Still feels busy.
It is busy, that is for sure, and certainly doing a... it's showing the how this track is for action, and definitely it's giving us a good show. I mean, these two, McFarlane's just caught up once again to Matt Caruana, so McFarlane does have that pace advantage, you do believe. It's just yeah, he's not being able to get by. I would say one of the saves of the day was just a couple of laps ago on lap for the Big Point Racing Hatzenbach team, and they had a big moment through Church. I've just had a look back at it myself, and it's possibly save of the day is that one, so hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of that for you.
Yeah, we've seen some big moments at high speed here today. I couldn't help but notice on the opening lap just how sideways everybody was actually through this corner, especially. It was pretty wild opening lap, but Dan McFarlane, as you say, has done the work here to jump back into the battle here for fourth position. He's now right in behind Matt Caruana all over again now. Down, on the brakes. Left or right hand side rather. Sinks through on the inside. Now, was there an agreement there? Matt Caruana almost letting McFarlane through, it looked to me. And after all of the commotion of the battle earlier, that was a lot more, compliant between the two. I don't know what you call it. A lot nicer between the two that time round. For some reason, after all that defending earlier, Caruana happy to give up the place easily that time.
I think Caruana wasn't expecting McFarlane to go for it and was taking a wider entry into the club chicane. I genuinely think that, and just McFarlane able to get late onto the brakes into the club chicane and then sticks it. Yeah, really good move there from the number 10 car of Dan McFarlane. Now, can he pull away from Caruana? He seemed to be quicker than Caruana these later stages. It's whether he can now pull away. That's a big question.
Yeah, that is the big question. I don't know. It's a possibility that Caruana wasn't expecting that, but yeah, well, let's see what line he takes here this time round. Is it similar to the one he's just taken? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So I guess that is just his line, and you're right, he's just snuck down the inside McFarlane and gone through. After all of that, he's had to come into pit lane the next lap anyway, and now we've got a race on pit lane between the two.
And where's David Baker in all of this? That's the big question, because he was a short pit stop. 37.5 seconds was his pit stop here. So there we see him. Now he's caught up a little bit behind traffic. Hopefully he'll be able to clear that before it's an issue for him. Down the side! Big slide, big moment. And David Baker, I don't think he'll be too happy with that.
Well, I don't think he's going to get the place now. But let's see. Logan McKenzie's gotten into number 10. So, yeah, out onto the circuit. McKenzie out in front of Caruana, who is still on pit lane here. 39 seconds in the box for McKenzie, who still stays in front of David Baker, by the way. So clearly a disadvantage to pitting earlier. But Matt Caruana spends 44 seconds in the box, a lot longer than the others, and so he's down to 8th for now.
David Baker, though, will have quite a bit of heat in the tyres. Now, remember when I said that we've got a possible save of the race? We saw it in the background of shot when we were looking at McFarlane and Caruana. Oh, look at that! Absolutely sideways, giving it full 90-degree lock. And big heart in mouth moment, and well done. I think it's a change of underpants needed as well.
That is wild. Remo Grossenbacher sideways in the grass. Dear me. All over the place through Church Corner, but saves the car. Well, hats off to him. Meanwhile, Crofton Ruthatch has come into pit lane here. This pit stop likely to be around the 40-second mark, I would expect, and might even be somewhere near. Ross McFarlane here, already off the jacks, but still needs an hour's worth of fuel yet. 59 minutes to go and counting as we get into the final hour of this race. And Ross McFarlane does get through. So it was always going to be difficult for Woodhatch. It's proven to be 36.6 in the end. 9 seconds gained on McFarlane, but he's still 9 seconds behind him.
Look at David Baker now all over the back of Logan McKenzie. This is for 6th place. This is great stuff. Jack Bolton still owes us a pit stop, so these two should clear him. So this effectively is a battle for net 5th place in this race.
Yeah. So, big prize on offer for these two, but for WSR Esports it's about domination here and how many of the top positions they can really grab. And for Logan McKenzie, it's about flying the flag for the Sim Racing Grid team. Don't forget they had teammates in this race, the Sim Racing Grid Phantom car, but it crashed a long time ago now in the hands of Matthew Mayo with a lapped car on the run here towards the final corners of the lap. And in the meantime, 97 comes through on the inside. That is second placed Ross McFarlane, getting past David Baker there. Wasn't expecting to see him actually, but
teammates.
Yeah, that is teammates. Yeah, but it's also lap traffic.
No, but that's teammates. David Baker's going to try and use Ross McFarlane to get the move done on Logan McKenzie here.
Yeah, true. But yeah, we'll see what he can actually do here. I mean, if McKenzie just always pulls aside and lets McFarlane through here, then surely David Baker is going to find it more difficult. But he could see a bit of a battle in front that he can benefit from. Let's see. He's not pulled off at the earliest opportunity, that's for sure.
McKenzie realises that, yes, he's got a car about to put a lap on him, but he's involved in a close battle, and it's one of Baker's teammates that's trying to put the lap on him. Now, Ross McFarlane, he'll be there saying, come on, get out my way, please, get out my way. But Baker needs to be a little bit closer than this to try and take advantage of that. And Yeah, McFarlane, is he going to make the move down the inside into chicane? Yes, he is. Now, Baker needs to be right here to put the pressure on.
Oh.
Not quite close enough.
Yeah, he could have done with being a bit closer than that, but it was exactly the right opportunity. You know, nothing sort of even unsportsmanlike about that. Ross McFarlane getting down the inside of Logan McKenzie just to try and put a lap on him is all fair. You know, Baker needs to be closer though to try. You know, it wasn't like McFarlane, for example, was hanging alongside McKenzie for ages, waiting for Baker to catch up and then go through. You know, there was none of that. It was just a legitimate pass that Baker very nearly capitalised on. To be honest, they might as well not have been teammates there. That could have been anybody.
But to be fair, you know, you can't really be playing those types of shenanigans at the end of the day. You know, you've got to play it fair, because you can still be you can be protested for blocking. That's the thing. You know, it can affect you at the end of the day. So you've got to be canny about it. You know, these special events, if people protest dodgy driving to the iRacing stewards, it can affect their result at the end of the day. As Baker now, great run through Church, not able to be close enough to make the move into Club Chicane.
How can he get through here? This is proving to be very difficult. He's got a good run now off of the chicane and in towards turn number 1. This corner's proved to be pretty difficult so far to go side by side through and round the outside for McKenzie. That is a great job. He's just about clear. Baker couldn't quite stay alongside there, which would have been useful at this point in the lap, but that was super commitment there from McKenzie because he was really close to making contact with Baker there.
Yeah, David almost needed McKenzie to go on the defensive line into Allied. Oh, there's a car stopped at the side of the track. Is that Steve Walker?
Looks like it.
I think it is.
Yeah, it is. He's just dropped from... Oh, no. Well, he's just dropped from 16th place, but he didn't tow there. James Beaumay's in, meantime. Now...
Flag for Beaumay.
Yeah, that's a drive-through. So he'll drop to 12th place. Yeah, what happened to Stephen Walker, I wonder? Oh, dear, this is very technical, looks like to me.
That's hardware failure.
Yeah. But is he off the circuit yet? He's still on the circuit as far as I can see. Oh, he's okay. He's got it fixed again. Well, that's pretty impressive. I thought that would have required a tow and a bit of thinking about, but clearly it didn't. Don't know if he turned his wheel off and on again or what he did, but he's back in the game now. Here is McKenzie trying to get past more lap traffic. Oh, just in behind him, David Baker now. Go to the outside, actually. Oh, careful! Lap traffic there in the way. And maybe the opportunity... Oh, dear. Lap traffic certainly in the way here through the chicane. This is pretty awkward between these two now. And it might even split apart this little group here for 5th place.
Oh, if I'm Baker now, I'm absolutely fuming. I'm like, come on. Out of the way. You're a lap down. And there's very little that Baker could do about it. I mean, look at the different line that Elantra's taking compared to the Honda. And through they go. So finally getting past, I think, is that the Apex's Lava team that they're working their way past there? And that's cost Baker a good second or so.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, I'm all for blue flags not meaning jumping out the way at the first possible opportunity. Yeah. But, you know, when there is one part of a pretty big battle for 5th place overall in the race already past you, and you're side by side with the other, I think maybe you should just, you know, lift out a little bit. But, you know, I totally get the situation as a lap down driver. You're absolutely entitled to be there and entitled to keep running your race. But, and as I say, I wouldn't want to see F1 blue flag style, but yeah, maybe should have let those through a little bit easier there.
Yeah, I would have expected a bit more cooperation from the lap traffic. Jack Bolton's had a black flag, by the way, has served a drive-through penalty the lap after his pit stop. Oh, that's a heck of a time to get it. So that means now that he's behind Jack Jeffries for the Altitude 3M Esports team, up 15 places, the biggest mover in the top 10. So, yeah, one of those few inside the
field now who haven't not drive-through penalties. We've seen quite a few of them now in the field, although to be fair, once you get further up the field, there have been less of them. Bolton flashing the lights, I think, a little bit there at Jeffries, who certainly has noticed him in the mirrors. You can just tell by the way he's moving his car around a little bit on that little straight section before Noble and then Goodwood here. Bolton is again going to be showing the outside at Church, but the 13 car will just pull back to the racing line in time for the fast right-hander. And now he will be under pressure, severe pressure, in towards the club chicane here. Looks down the inside, has a peek, but is he going to be late enough on the brakes down here? No, is the answer to that. Not quite. And so Bolton's going to have to try again somewhere else here. And keep trying, because he's still got time on his side.
Marcelo Reales in 11th place has got a black flag, so too has Byron Falcon yet again, and Big Point Racing Remo Grossenbacher has also got a black flag. So the black flag's racking up thick and fast now at this stage of the race. There was tyre smoke down there at the complex then. Didn't see anybody at the side of the track though.
No, I didn't see anybody either, but anyway, there goes Bolton. Round the outside through Noble, inside at Goodwood, and in the end that was quite an easy move for Jack Bolton to get through. He has passed Jack Jeffries and is now into ninth position. It is Byron Falcon who caused all the smoke through that first chicane.
Yeah, down at the complex, once you rejoin, yeah, that's okay. I'll allow that. Nobody coming through, so that's fine. I've seen far worse in the past, trust me. But yeah, Bolton just getting the run around the outside of Noble, that's quite the effort to be able to make that work. It's usually that you get the run through Noble to then make a dive to the inside of Goodwood is one of the places to make the overtakes. No, Ashley Sutton in the British Touring Car Championship likes that move himself, and in fact the British Touring Car Championship will be heading to Thruxton in a week or two's time.
Yep, it's a very busy summer for Thruxton. All the major series that run there taking place. Speaking of rejoins, by the way, have you ever heard of the time that on a RaceSpotTV broadcast Lewis McGlade did one of the worst rejoins ever seen in history?
No!
No?
Oh, this I must know about.
I've got to find the clip somewhere, but it's quite some viewing. It was some time ago, I've got to say. Interlagos, turn 4, spun to the outside, and just came straight back on that exit curb. And there was the most it was the early days of the new damage model at the time. It was the most spectacular explosion of debris. It was quite an evening. Anyway, he said afterwards that he admitted himself it was terrible, but it was very amusing for me and whoever it was watching on.
I will say that the worst rejoin I have ever made was at Silverstone back in 2015. I got hit off into Copse Corner, went off into the runoff, got confused about whereabouts exactly I was in Copse Corner runoff, and basically came onto the track at 90-degree angle as somebody was coming through, and yeah, that was a massive accident. I held my hand up. That was just completely appalling, and and I got the penalty that I deserved out of that one.
I think, the thing is, as side by side between Jeffries and Bolton again, well, I wasn't expecting Jeffries to respond, but he has. Down the inside into ninth place. I think it's the thing about being a commentator, isn't it? That you always see these things, criticise these things, but we've all been there ourselves and done these things, that's for sure. There goes Bolton back down the inside. I can't say I've done that very many times in my career. That was a good cutback move into Church. And here comes Jeffries doing a cutback as well. Great little fight between these two. One gets in front, loses momentum, and then the other gets in front, and the same cycle repeats. Inside for Jeffries. He'll lift off Will Bolton into the final chicane. That was a great exchange.
Yeah, nice little run there between the two of them. Don't write off Bolton from this one. I think this one could run right through to the end of the race, potentially, for 9th and 10th place, respectively. Ethan Critchley's just messaged in the RaceSpotTV chat He's enjoying the WSR World Sim Racing team's positions right now in this race. Although David Baker still hasn't been able to get ahead of Logan McKenzie in this one, and Matt Caruana is matching pace and slightly closing on McKenzie. So Baker, if he wants to get by for that 5th place to make it 4 WSR cars in the top 5, he's going to have to get a move on. Oh no, in fact, sorry, it's not Caruana, it's Mark Calver, should I say. Calver, we've seen, has got pace. So Baker's got to get a move done sooner rather than later, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so. I think the more they fight here, the more chance that Calver has got of joining them pretty soon. But when there's that traffic here, that's not going to be too easy. And that traffic that didn't get out of the way at the first opportunity, that's going to be a slowdown, isn't it? Jumping over the curb there too quickly. There's a good run, though, from Bolton. And they're not going to get through on the lap car just yet. It's going to be side by side between the two of them instead. He's only just alongside here, Bolton. And so he's got to still do quite some work in towards the complex now, but he should have the place inside line in time for Campbell corner, and Jeffries forced to tuck back into line. But as we saw last time round, oh, so many cutbacks, and there's one of them. He popped on the apex though, Bolton there, and Jeffries smacked into the rear there.
That was Bolton serving a slowdown penalty. So that was a little bit naughty from Bolton to serve that slowdown penalty right on the apex of the corner. That's dangerous. That's naughty. That's not on, in my opinion.
That is not great. Yes, that was well. I mean, can we even say allowed to the strict letter of the law? I mean, I'm not sure it even is, but yeah, that's when you're trying to serve slowdowns, don't do it like that. We did see him very far over the curves on the inside there through that final chicane, and if that's the battle that settles ninth place, then the number 13 team might have something to say.
I would have more than just a thing to say.
Yeah.
It'd be a few choice words that are not broadcastable, unfortunately. Now, Baker keeping that pressure on the car in front. Baker's tyres are slightly older, though. Remember, he pitted earlier than that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car when he had to bail out of the way. But yeah, definitely... Baker's putting the pressure on in the slipstream of the car in front of Logan McKenzie.
This could be a battle that will entertain us for the final 3/4 of an hour of this one. Battle for 5th position, where they'll be fearful of Mark Calver catching up. When they're not fighting, I've got to say, he doesn't actually make much of an impression on these two, but when they are, he does close very quickly, as you would do, I suppose. But personally, I think it'd be great to see Mark Calver get into the top 5 and gain 55 places on the day. You'd still be thinking about what could have happened if he'd have stayed in the race and started with everybody else. But anyway, the best he can rescue here is definitely a top 5.
Yeah, I mean, officially he's gained 5 places, but no, you're absolutely right there, Ewan. He has gained, starting from the very back, from pit road, and has worked his way through the field. Great stuff from Mark Calver today. Baker's keeping that pressure on, and Grossenbacher onto pit road. So Big Point Racing getting another pit stop. There's a black flag once again for car 12, JD Rodriguez. What could have been, I think, is the words that would use to describe that Scuderia Ferryman's race.
Yep, that's 40 incident points now, if I'm not mistaken. Losing a top 5. They've lost the top 10 in their previous drive-through. Now they're in danger of losing a top 15. They won't quite with this drive-through, but they'll be nervous in the last few moments. They're picking up 40 incident points in 3 hours 20. Then it'd take them another 42 minutes to pick up another 20, would it? Or 10? I don't know. There's the last of them, I think, running wide through the grass. But I think even at the rate they're going, they're projected to maybe get one more, so he's got to keep on top of it now, got to reduce it to 3.
I always remember running in league races in touring cars, and people would end up getting disqualified because of instant points, and somebody would protest that final instant, going, "Hey, they got me disqualified," and the response from the stewards would be, "Well, how did you end up with the other amount of points?" So it's all about an accumulation. It's not just about the one single incident, it's the accumulation. And yeah, I think it's been a very testing day for JD Rodriguez there in 14th, and he's now going to be under a little bit of pressure from Stephen Walker behind, who, fair play to Stephen, gained 20 places in this race.
Yes. So yeah, a good day so far. So many sort of big performances moving through the field like that. Logan McKenzie passes another lap car. Just 4 still on the lead lap. I think that's what we're going to end with as well, unless Leo Brown loses some speed later on here. Last running car in the field. Matt Malone's back again, by the way. 15 laps down. Wasn't expecting to see him back, but other than that, 9 laps down. Yeah, Matt Malone's 35th. 15 laps down, but still going. There he is.
And that's good to see. Again, the commitment to see out the race. Good to see from Matt. And do you know what? That car almost looks new. He's had that many repairs done to it. It's almost new.
Yeah, it looks like it. There it is. It's a very American livery, that, isn't it? Moves over to the right, and he's just staying out of everybody's way, really, but it's going to be difficult for him to run any sort of speed here if he's just letting everybody through here. It's going to be pretty relentless, the lap traffic behind him. There is David Baker, still in behind Logan McKenzie. Mark Calvin now only 3.5 seconds behind, so not only is he catching when they're battling, now he's starting to actually catch just normally now. 40 minutes to go, and he's got time to get there.
Yeah, what was it, 0.2 of a second quicker last lap than these two that we're looking at right now is Mark Calver, so he's got the bit between his teeth. But the problem is time is running out for him. 40 minutes of this race remain, and yeah, it is running out. Is that time for him to catch up? So he's really got to push that car and get it to the end here and try and get up 1 more, maybe 2 more places. But David Baker, I don't know if he's just sat there protecting his car and then we'll have a push towards the end of the race, or it's just genuinely he can't seem to get the move done on Logan McKenzie, because Logan is quick.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially over the course of a endurance distance, a stint distance like this. It's no pushover. So David Baker has got to work at this, and in the last few moments when we've been watching, he really hasn't been close at all here, David Baker. You know, he's there or thereabouts, but in terms of actually putting the pressure on and making Logan make a mistake, I don't really think he's been anywhere near in the last 20 minutes.
He's certainly not been putting the pressure on other than being there and being an annoyance in the mirror of Logan McKenzie's David. As I say, he's a very crafty, smart driver. So I'm sure he's thinking something that we're not thinking of, perhaps. But yeah, the problem with getting up behind somebody and then not getting the move done immediately is that you can then fall to their pace. You end up braking where they're braking. You end up taking their lines, and you get out of your rhythm. And I think potentially that's what we're maybe seeing here from David Baker.
Yeah, maybe. That's why we always say when you sort of get up onto the back of someone, very quickly you've got to make the difference and got to try and strike as soon as possible. After that, it gets more difficult. This is Shumo Fukuyama, who we've not seen very much of actually recently, but is still going. 23rd now in the race. That's a pass on Gurgly Conchabo for 23rd, by the way, down the inside of Goodwood. That looked pretty easy as well for Fukuyama. But frankly, I thought they were out of the race, so good to see them still running. Knocking on the door maybe the top 20 as well, although the gaps in front of them might be a little bit too large for that.
Yeah, about 11 seconds between them and the cutting corner YouTube car. Although that cutting corner car is only a couple of seconds behind the Apex's Lava. racing car. So just outside of the top 20 there's a bit of battling as well. It's not just those for the battle for 5th place. That's there are other battles out there on track.
Yeah, absolutely. There he goes down the inside in towards Campbell Corner, and he will now try and get away from Conchavo. This is another one of them. The Audi is indeed inside the top 20 now with John Babineau, Locked In Racing. Now 19th. These guys, by the way, have got 20 seconds in front of them, over 20 behind them. They've got quite some space to play out this battle, but I think Babineau can be very pleased if he can indeed get to the end and finish inside the top 20 in that Audi. That'd be a great performance.
I think it has shown the level of issues for a lot of the cars that you've got. These teams have been gaining 20 odd places. I mean, the Wild Things Racing 36 places gained. B56 Byron Falcon 33 places gained. There's been some big gainers in all of this, and Matthew Repka right now getting that inside line. That Audi just does understeer a little bit more than the Honda, but it's got some great grunt in that Audi. Look at him trying to carry the speed through Church. That's going to be a little wide, is it? Should get the run, should Repka.
Weaving all over the place here in this battle. Down into the club chicane again. Outside line looking, but where is he looking? Babineau with all sorts of lines there, and actually a pretty good run through the chicane in the end. And so Babineau will keep 19th place, but there's so much weaving around, looking around, left and right and back to left again. He almost didn't know where to look there through that battle, but Babineau keeps the place. And again, he's defending. Slightly strange line. Looks like he was trying to pull back onto the racing line for the braking zone as well. Realised that he had a Honda alongside him. And eventually he does succeed in keeping the position, but this won't be over. That's not quite as good of a run as what Repka has got. And so it's going to start all over again here. Babineau will have to be on the defensive again. Into Noble. He had to shut the door pretty firmly there.
Again, having to take those defensive lines is compromising his run, but Repka's not getting that overlap. This is where we got the overlap last lap, not this time. So go through Village into Church. It's all about the run through this corner then for Repka. Can he be able to pull up towards the back end and make the move on John Babineau? But it's great to see that it's great to see that Audi doing so well here. It's the unfavoured car, and doing a great job there, John Babineau.
Oh, both playing with the slowdown there. They were very close indeed to going over the track limits through turn 1. A little bit in the grass as well. These two are pushing hard now, getting towards the last half an hour of this race, and so the positions that are in front of you are the only ones you can really get here. Babineau on the defensive again now. So watching a replay. Repka even closer this time. Through Seagrove now. This is unbelievably close. Can he get alongside maybe? Looks to the right. Can't do that. Left maybe. Can he get through there? Babineau doesn't give him the room. Shuts the door. And again, it's like watching a replay. Same thing happening again and again. But Babineau succeeding again and again. Still defending well.
Hey, if it works, keep doing it. And it's at this stage where you do need to start fighting for positions. Oh, that's a nice little cut back to the inside. Not going to be alongside into Church, but maybe get the run through the corner. Yes, but Babineau going to that defensive line once again. And Repka just not able to make that one count into the braking zone of Club. And again, on the inferior line through the club chicane. Look at how the Audi is able to ride the curb compared to the Honda having to take a little bit of a different line. That's the strength of that Audi over the Honda through the end of the lap. These two, yeah, they're slowing each other down, but as you mentioned, Ewan, the car behind the Apex's Lava is not close enough to be making any effort at all.
Well, no. But if they keep going like this for another half an hour, then maybe by the end 20 seconds. I suppose they'd have to lose about a second a lap, wouldn't they, which would be pretty hard, but this has been entertaining stuff so far. It's the combustible Lemon Motorsport car we're riding on board with. Just in front of us, Locked In Racing, the only Audi of the field. And this time round, for the first lap in a few, Repka is nowhere near close enough. And again, Repka has got to be really careful here about falling into the same trap that David Baker has fallen into, which you were talking about a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Don't fall into that problem of getting to the speed of the other car. That's the key thing. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. But yeah, Matthew, thank you very much, Dan McFarlane, by the way, who's jumped into the RaceSpot chat. It's Zepka, by the way. Thank you very much, Dan.
Yeah, there's another bit of lappery for Repka. So, can he use that maybe? It's the battle for fifth we were watching earlier. So, let's see now whether he can follow through. And let's see how Babineau deals with it, because McKinsey and Baker are going to be knocking on his door very, very soon. Probably on the way towards the final chicane, to be honest. It's not going to be through Church, not close enough for that quite. But certainly will be down at the next braking zone. Here they come now through the fast right-hander. And there's McKinsey really close to Babineau, just in front. There he goes, flashes the lights, moves to the right-hand side of the road. And he will slip through on Babineau. Oh no, Baker doesn't quite get through as well. Babineau was very clear there, I think, that he didn't want them both coming through at the same time.
And I think this has been part of David's problem as well, is that when they've got to lap traffic, he's not been quite close enough to force his way through with the other car. And so that's where McKinsey's just been able to gap out Baker just that little bit by getting lap traffic between him. Now Baker's caught up to the Audi. He needs to get by as quickly as possible. He'll be on the headlights saying, "Excuse me, please, John." But yeah, Babineau's involved in his own fight, as we've been seeing, so he wants to lose as little time as possible here. Because there's Zepka right there.
So very smartly there, he let him through on the inside of Noble, which looks like not the place you want to be on the outside of that corner, but gets you the inside for the next few. So that was pretty smart to see from Babineau, and in return, I think Baker's given him some slipstream there. He'll just tuck him back behind again, Repka now, and try and get the run off the exit now, and he's very close again. So, oh, look at that, Babineau had to defend immediately. Church corner went on for a bit longer than normal that time. As they got onto the next part of the straight, he forced himself to the right-hand side, and here on the outside line comes Repka. Oh, he's just a bit too wide there, and Babineau keeps the place. Good defence there, and he survives what could have been a dangerous moment. Now, though, he's not got a very good run, and here comes Repka again. He'll be surely having another go down at the Campbell corner now.
Babineau's got a slow down penalty. That's going to cost him. Baker in front of them as well has got a slow down penalty. So that's costing David Baker in that battle for fifth place, but Babineau's having to try and serve that slow down penalty through the complex. This is the opportunity now for Matthew Zepka to make his way through, but he's served it now. So Babineau able to just lift off the throttle enough to get that served without too much hindrance to himself.
It's not a... Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that'd be wide. I thought he just went wide on his own there. No, just letting a lap car through. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty smart from Babineau, but it's not much of a penalty, really, is it? To get that slow down, you can get it cleared pretty quickly. Jack Bolton and Jack Jeffries, by the way, have been pretty nose to tail for the last few moments as well. Since it's spread out back there, we'll jump back to these guys in ninth position. I think this has been going all sorts of different ways, really, based on what I've seen on the tower so far. Every time Jack Bolton gets through, he looks to me like he's a driver who could push on and gain a few seconds over Jeffries and secure ninth place before the finish, but then he seems to keep getting re-overtaken here.
touching the grass on the outside in the entry to church. I don't think that's how I would choose to take that corner, but it worked for Jack Bolton here. So we'll look forward to Jeffries giving it a little bit of a wiggle to say, no, don't even try it, mate. Down the straight. So Jack Jeffries communicate. Oh, big moment! That's a huge moment for Jeffries. He's going to have to serve a slowdown penalty. In fact, he's got a black flag. He's onto pit road. Oh, no,
Wow.
he's not. He's there. But he's having to serve a slowdown penalty, and he has a black flag.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe the smart thing to do would have been to come to pit road that time round, but actually, yeah, he couldn't there. He didn't react quickly enough, and he has to carry on one more time before coming down pit lane. He might, well, he is going to lose his top 10, isn't he? James Bowman, he's close enough there to take that away from him.
That's a teammate, though. You're not too. At the end of the day, the team wants to get the best result possible. Yeah, you yourself will want to finish up high as possible, but yeah, it's a teammate, so you're not too broken by it being a teammate going past.
That is going to be the end of that for ninth position, unfortunately. And Jack Bolton, who's driving alone today, as his team name suggests, is going to be a bit more secure now in ninth position. Here's Byron Falcon in the meantime, in 25th position, just ahead of the Isabel Matthews-driven Honda now. And that is a recent change, by the way. Only 5 minutes ago or so, Matthews was still in front of Byron Falcon, so that's 25th. I think Byron Falcon, if I'm not mistaken, is another one of those who's moved up a long way, but I guess anybody still in the race has moved up quite a long way in this one. There is number 10 coming out the pit lane, it looked like.
Yes.
Maybe I misread that, but anyway. Who was that?
Yeah, that was Jeffries'
Oh, it was.
drive-through. And he's come out ahead of his teammates, so he's been able to stay in 10th place. Yeah, Byron Falcon up 34 places in this race into 25th. Wild Things Racing up 36 places. The one I'm keeping an eye on, actually, in terms of time and gap, is 6th and 7th now, because Baker has got Matt Calver catching up to him. So Baker's going to be looking in the rearview mirror soon, rather than looking forward towards that Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car of Logan McKenzie.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, he has always been lurking there as Calver, so I do still wonder whether he's going to actually have the time remaining in the race to do this, but he's certainly got the speed to do this, and there is no doubt about that, I don't think. Here is Mark Calver. He's in that display. His TV's turned off above his head. I don't know why. Maybe it's gone to standby. Yeah, probably.
He needs to change the setting.
Yes. He's not been, well, I mean, it's a bit of a, yeah, he's not been using it for ages, so yeah, that would make sense, but there you go. Anyway, he is still seventh, and there's a lapped car. Now there's nothing between himself and the sixth car.
Worth pointing out that Isabel Matthews has got a black flag now, so drive-through penalty. That's the first for that team. So that means that battle for 25th, 26th is now going to be ended.
Okay. Oh dear, that was close. Oh, it's JD Rodriguez got damage. There is damage on the front left of that car. Yes. I don't think the front left was really even turning. It's certainly damaged on the front end, and a car that was running in the top 5 earlier on today has now dropped well outside the top 10, maybe outside the top 20 at the end of this afternoon. A disappointing end to the day for one that started so promisingly for JD Rodriguez.
Still, we've got our race leader just quietly just going about business. Alexander Davidson doing a good job. Here we go. JD Rodriguez, is it going to be the curbs kicking the back end round on this car? Let's have a look. Bounce over it, kicks it round into the tyre barrier. Yeah, that's a replay of about 3 other incidents that we've seen today.
Yeah. Oh dear, and he nearly carried on, didn't he? Goodness me, good job he didn't.
He had much choice in that matter.
He definitely couldn't carry on with that and had to come into pit lane in the end. JD Rodriguez, that is a real shame. They will lose their top 20. If these three get through, this is a battle for position, by the way, and it's about to be a battle for the top 20. Marco Hansvik back into the Apex's Lava Racing team car. He did the first stint of the race. I think Jason Hightower did the second stint, and now he's back in again to end the race. And this will be a good reward for any of these teams to get onto the top 20. And I'd say that probably, all things being equal, Shimo Fukuyama is probably favourite here, but he's got 21.5 minutes. He's got to make 2 overtakes here if he wants top 20.
I think Fukuyama will be a little bit disappointed with how today's gone as well. Look, losing, 15 places now, down from where he started in the top 10. 7th place he started, so yes, Scuderia Fermata will be looking forward and looking to try and do a bit of damage limitation throughout this race and gain what they can towards the end. But yeah, you're absolutely right, 21 minutes. I don't know about you, Ewan, but I've really enjoyed this race, and it's flown by us this time.
Yeah, it certainly has. I hope it's flown by for you at home as well. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to watch, and the way that these battles are still continuing. You know, when we do the other iRacing special events, I mean, there's still lots going on, even at, you know, just under 4 hours into one of these races. But you know, the frequency and the amount of battles that we've had just continuing on and on and on, and the lack of sort of waiting around for the end of the race has been very refreshing to see from everybody, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that 6th place is swapped then. Mark Calver has got ahead of David Baker. What a drive from Mark. If he weren't here at the start of the race, had to start from pit road after having issues, so should have been starting 12th place on the grid. And yeah, worked his way past David Baker now. He'll be looking forward to Logan McKinsey, but I think that's going to be a tall order now.
Yeah, I think so. Here comes Fukuyama to the inside, and now into the top 20. So that is a recovery pretty much complete for Scuderia Fermata. They're not back to where they started, of course, but they are back into the top 20 at least. And that is a good late run through the field. Actually, the speed at which Fukuyama got past these two, actually very impressive here, and he's effectively left them as they were, just to scrap over one less place, now 21st rather than 20th. That's how quick he's been.
Look at how he's just romping away as well from the two of them. It shows the pace that is in that car. You know, they do have the performance there. It's just unfortunate what's happened throughout this race. In this race, by the way, Alexander Davidson has led all but 19 laps. It's been an incredible performance. We've barely mentioned him throughout the race because he's been going about things just steady away. His last lap, a 15.714, is only 0.3 of a second slower than his overall fastest lap in the race.
Yeah, and he's been, you know, doing that kind of speed for a long time now. He has been absolutely relentless at the front end of the field, and with nearly 20 minutes to go. Surely he's going to hold on from here, but never say never around this circuit. And you know, we're not going to give him the trophy before he's won it, that's for sure. He's still got 18 minutes to negotiate round here with a lot of lap traffic to get past as well. But you know, the reason we haven't mentioned him really is because even after the end of lap 1 he had more than a second. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised at the amount of laps that you just mentioned there that he hasn't led this race for. I thought it was less even than that.
You've got to remember, he did pit significantly earlier than Crofton Woodhatch in that second pit stop, didn't he? So that's where Crofton's got 11 laps of that, and Ross as well. McFarlane, he led a few laps through a pit stop cycle. So yeah, that's where the changes and those laps have come from. It's just purely through strategy and through the pit stop cycle that has gained those laps away from Alexander Davidson. But yeah, so it's definitely been an impressive display from WSR Esports, that is for sure. They've got a team of of specialist touring car drivers, and it's showing here today in this performance.
Yeah. Well, meantime, and there he is, by the way. Youngsun Moon is into the pit lane for another drive-through penalty. That has been another feature of this race, as we suspected it would be as well. Just 20 incident points permitted across the duration of the 4 hours. And to avoid that even for Davidson's impressive in itself. But here he is leading the race by over 25 seconds. Put a lap on everybody apart from the top 4. At this moment, I don't think Guild Racing are a lap down even now. So 4 on the lead lap towards the end, but that's a lot of lapping for Davidson. He's stayed concentrated throughout it all, and he has not given up a single moment here. He has been on it from start to finish, and he's got 16 minutes until that finish to secure a victory. And for the wider team as well, for WSR Esports, this has been a pretty dream day, really. Top 3 locked out. Doesn't look like they're going to get 4 in the top 5, as we were just saying, but top 3 locked out is pretty extraordinary.
It is, for sure. They're doing a superb job at the front of the field, and put on a performance that others have struggled to match. Oh, here's Renee Erdhart then for the Cutting Corner YouTube team. Currently in that position in 22nd, and the Apex's Lava Racing right in front. Michael Hansvik ahead, but only just between the two of them. These two, it's pleasing to say, neither of these two have had a drive-through penalty, so they've been doing it, even though they've been in that mid-pack, have been doing it clean and the correct way.
That is good to see. In terms of, I don't know if you've actually got any numbers on this, but do we know sort of roughly how much of the field has had a black flag or not? Is it just our memories we're going to have to go off?
I'm looking at the amount of times on pit road.
Right.
So that's... I can't give you an exact figure as to how many black flags, but I can certainly have a look at the amount of times people have been on pit road.
Yeah. I'm going to guess we've got to be around somewhere around half, have we? Especially of those who have actually got to the end of the race. Obviously, those who retired even before the first pit stop of the day don't really count, but those who have had to do 4 hours and stayed at the pit lane, feels to me like we've had half, maybe more, of them in. Oh, dear, someone spun there on the right-hand side, completely off the circuit. The access road there on the right-hand side of the club chicane. Not sure what that was all about.
I think that was Youngsun Moon, because they've got a mechanical warning flag on that car, the car number 1. Oh, what a difficult day it's been for Mag Performance Black. And here we go. Back end's gone round before they've even made it into the chicane, and bang, into the tyre wall. That's given them a mechanical meatball warning flag, and to be honest, with under 14 minutes remaining, if it's just a front left suspension that's broken, they can maybe get out for the last few laps. And that's the race
what a mess.
leader.
Oh, and he can't get in. There's someone alongside him here. Oh my word, what a mess. He's trying to get in pit lane and eventually does.
It was Heike 360 that was alongside him.
I mean, have a look at this.
But that's your race leader, Alex Davidson, who went on the left, and then he's trying to pull in, and
oh dear, you ought to laugh, haven't you? Dear me. Well, they won't be, of course, but anyway, that's a slightly comical moment towards the end there. 19 car just getting caught up in that a little bit when didn't really need to. Xavier Sanchez. Did he lose a place to Tobias Signer, by the way, in that, because of slowing down so much? This is on board. I can understand the first one's happened, but surely at this point he's realised he's coming in pit lane and he maybe shouldn't go on the right-hand side of him anymore?
And yeah, I don't know. But it's definitely lost the place as Heike. So Heike 360 down a place. through all of that shenanigans. But yeah, it's been a testing time, I think it's safe to say, for that Mag Performance black car.
Very much so. It might, as you said, might well end its day in the pit lane. Signet, did indeed get to 15th place. So Sanchez now 16th after that awkward exchange at the final corners of the circuit. Into the final chicane again for this battle for 21st again. Wipers going a little bit there, but no rain here today. Onto the start-finish line in another 12 minutes to go, 11 and a half minutes to go.
That will be just to try and clear the windscreen a little bit. You wouldn't do that in full metal racing, by the way. You would, because you would just put oil and all sorts of detritus across the windscreen. It would smear it up to like mad. But in the sim here, you will see people using the windscreen wipers just to clear that windscreen of rubber and dirt that's come up on the windscreen here today. I will say, by the way, I've been keeping an eye on Mark Calver in 6th place. He has been gaining still on Logan McKenzie, and he's dragging David Baker along with him. So we could still have a fight for 5th place in this last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's just lurking there as a prospect for us later on, maybe. But there are only 10 minutes remaining, so not too much time to settle these ones at all. This is looking fairly comfortable for the Apex's Lava Racing team now. They are still under pressure, of course, for 21st position, but not sure I can see this position changing, to be honest, late on. It is a pretty comfortable situation for Michael Hanswick to be in, and yeah, he looks like he's going to stay in front. Fukuyama has gotten miles out ahead of these guys, as expected. It's actually nearly 10 seconds already, and they've got a lot of space behind them as well. So looks like 667 is going to finish 21st. Just got to play out these last 10 minutes now in front.
Incredible. I'm just looking at our timing screen. Incredibly, Matt Malone is still actually running, and you know what? He's not last of the runners. That's James Cullen.
To be honest, I thought that car was long gone.
Yeah, I did. I really did think that car was long gone as well. James Cullen is 35 laps down on the race leader, so he's 20 laps behind Matt Malone's car. Wow. So, yeah, they're still getting to the end of the race, though.
Yeah. He completely snuck back onto the racetrack without me noticing. So fair play to him for that. Crikey, what was his last pit stop time? 43 minutes I've got.
Well, I've got to say, he's been in the pit since then as James Cullen, so on my screen, so yeah.
Maybe I've got wrong information, but mine says 43 minutes on pit lane. That's
an engine swap, is that?
That's an extraordinary repair. But fair play to him for continuing. I'm not sure I believe that, though. If he's only 35 laps down, he can't have been in there 43 minutes. That doesn't add up, does it? Oh, no, maybe it does, actually. Yeah, maybe that is quite right. It's a short lap, so yeah, maybe that is right. It's, as you say, an engine repair for sure, but fair play for continuing on. Unfortunately, it's never going to be the result that Delta Sport really deserve out of this. They had some very good speed earlier, and James Cullen especially was making some real good overtakes, but unfortunately, one incident, and you can spend a lot of time down on pit lane, as we've seen.
Yeah, you can, and it's the nature of endurance racing, isn't it? It's just that one little incident that can happen, and it costs you big time. As Pat Malone just getting out of the way of these cars coming through here. Rene Erdhart, by the way, still trying to stay on the back of the car in front. The Apex's Lava. To be fair to them, they're actually making Apexes, so they're doing a better job than I would be. That's for sure.
Self-deprecation, I think, is more to the point. Yeah, I've seen them around for a bit now, especially in TCR. It's a decent team, certainly a decent team of drivers, especially over. I was
going to say, if you saw me racing last night, you would have confirmed that actually, yeah, they're doing a much better job than I would.
Apex really was lava, yeah. No, it's yeah, a good setup, a good endurance racing team, especially in this TCR, the lower powered sort of sports car scene, and doing a good job right now in this race as well. Yeah, don't forget this is a top split iRacing special event, and it's not the most coveted when you compare it even to ones going on later in June, like the Nürburgring 24 hours, or even maybe the Watkins Glen 6 hours. But excuse me, to be at the front end of any iRacing special event in top split is a great achievement, and yeah, they should be pleased with their performance, I think, here today, holding on late on from a team who actually qualified inside the top 20 but are not able to get back inside of it, partly because of their defending.
Also, don't forget that Nürburgring 24 hours that you mentioned, TCRs, they're in that race, so it'd be great to see a lot of these teams putting an entry in TCR to bump up that field, because in the Nürburgring 24 hours, unfortunately, it is one of the categories that's the classes of cars out there that maybe gets a little bit less love than, say, the GT3s, your GT4s, or even the BMW M2s coming this year to the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Absolutely it is. Very excited about that, actually. I think the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours has always missed that sort of really low-powered sort of touring car, single-make style thing. I mean, the BMW M2 is just perfect for it, isn't it, really? The Nürburgring 24.
The M2's faster down the straights than the TCRs.
I was thinking they're quite similar in some aspects over the course of a lap, and how that's going to work on circuit. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how traffic works with those two. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely perfect for that race, isn't it? So I'm very much looking forward to it. 5 classes returning for the Nürburgring 24 hour, the most we have in any special event, unless I'm missing one.
No, you're correct, yeah. It's one of those things where you just wish that you could have the size of grid that they have in the real world racing. I mean, I know the technical aspects of it, of why you don't, but it would be great to have a proper Nürburgring 24 hours with at least 100 cars out there. It would be fantastic, because the length of the track, it with 60 cars does feel a little bit empty at times out there, and having multi-class starts like they have in the real world race where you have the different groups starting, so different safety cars starting the different cars.
Yeah, and you're right on the field sides as well. It's one of those limitations that is very difficult to get by, unfortunately. And so, yeah, it does make it feel a little bit different. Either way, still 4 minutes to go. This one just yet. The 4 hours at Thruxton this afternoon. And it's the outside line again for number 15. No way through that time round. It's looking almost impossible for this move to really happen now. 4 minutes to go would be 4 laps as well if it was these two who were crossing the line to start and finish the race, but they're not, of course. We'll see how many laps they have based on where the leader is, but at no point, really, have I felt, since we were watching this, that the Apex Lava team have been really under any pressure.
Yeah, they've just been sticking where they are. Fukuyama, by the way, is all over the back of the Audi. Now, that Audi is in 19th, so the Scuderia Fermata team, right on the tail of the Audi, it could be breaking into inside the top 20 and getting 19th potentially.
Yes, so I thought he was done after getting 20th place, but maybe not. The Audi next in line. Can he reduce his position loss to just 12 at the end of the afternoon, as Babino holds that inside line very well, as he has done all day. The rear wheels came off the ground there for the Scuderia Fermata Honda, just as it bounced over the curbs. Got to be careful on those. And Earhart is giving it a go right at the very end as well. Outside again into the club chicane. Again, no way through. So hard on the outside there to actually manage that.
Yeah, you can't make that move around the outside, really, not unless you get fully alongside, so that you get the inside for the left-hander of that chicane. By the way, it should be 3 laps remaining for our race leader, Alexander Davidson.
Side by side, and Earhart is going to get through. Well, it's the first time that the Apex's Lava team have really looked uncomfortable, and they've lost the place. Babineau, defends very sharply on the exit of Goodwood there, the right-hander, and Fukuyama now stuck up on the outside line. He's going to have to get a good run through Church instead. That's not a great one for Babineau, who's going to have to pull it over to defend pretty quickly here. On the right-hand side, he's going to have to show Fukuyama the outside line on the way towards the final chicane, or is he? He was just weaving around there to try and see if he could trick him maybe into giving him the inside, but he was never going to be given it, and he tucks back into line again. Babineau slow off the exit though. Maybe this time is the opportunity. Hopefully he's got some off-tracks left to burn based on what he just did there. Through turn 1. There's going to be a chance here at the braking zone. Surely Babineau's going to lose it here. Inside line of turn 3. No. Babineau comes across to defend. Fukuyama even further to the inside. Very tight line, but he gets 19th position just at the very end.
That was a great move, and determined to get that move done was the driver of Shuma Fukuyama, and the Scuderia Fermata team will be delighted to see that as a bit of an end to the recovery drive. It's 10 seconds up to the combustible Lemon Motorsport team of Matthew Zepka, so I think definitely this is going to be the end of that run unless that team gets a drive-through penalty right at the death. What a drive, what a recovery drive from them, but what a drive for this driver. Alexander Davidson, he's going to be starting his last lap next time by, and WSR Esports, I mean, we can't wax lyrical enough about them, can we, about what a performance that they've put in here today. They've got that car absolutely dialed in for this race, and they have worked that strategy to perfection for this top 3.
Yeah, they have. They've done brilliantly in the preparation, strategy aspects, but also on the circuit as well. The decisiveness through lap traffic there really says it all, doesn't it, really? It's a distillation of all of what they've achieved this afternoon. Alexander Davidson has been imperious out front. He had over a second at the end of lap 1. He didn't fall into the trap of towing the rest of the field around for ages before everybody else got their act together. He went just over a second his advantage, and since then it's been about managing the lap traffic. There's been so much of it this afternoon. Only 4 drivers and 4 teams have stayed on the lead lap at the end of today. That's at least one overtake on all the other 56 cars, and multiples in many cases. A final one maybe to achieve down in towards the club chicane for the final time, but whether he does or doesn't really matter. Alexander Davidson is going to underscore a dominant day here at Thruxton. With that final overtake, he comes out the final corner and he will win the inaugural 4 hours of Thruxton. The iRacing special event for TCRs is dominated by WSR Esports, and more importantly by Alexander Davidson, who wins by 24 seconds.
Sensational job. Absolutely sensational job from the WSR Esports team. This battle for 6th place isn't over yet. David Baker, it's going to have to be one heck of a lunge from there to get 6th place from Mag Performance Yellow, who do deserve that position, I do feel, from Mark Calver.
Yep, and he's going to get it. Possibly the driver of the day that has gone to Mark Calver. Over 50 places gained on where he had to start this race. He had to start from pit lane after the engine didn't turn on just beforehand, and he finishes 6th place in the end. What could he have achieved if he'd have started at the front, by the way? Showed great speed, but a fantastic finishing position for him anyway. I have just seen the W2E Pro GP car dropping down on the last lap. I don't know if they've had some sort of problem, but anyway, I think WSR Esports are getting all their cars together. Davidson's slowing down, and I think they're going to get their cars together for a bit of a photo opportunity in the next couple of moments, because yeah, they'll want to remember this day, and they will remember this day. This is one of the best runs they've had in an iRacing special event. Certainly, if you're talking about cross-team dominance, this is one of the best runs that WSR Esports have ever had in an iRacing special event. quite getting their organisation together quite as readily as they maybe want to. But anyway, they'll be celebrating tonight. They've won the inaugural 4 hours of Thruxton here at, or in the TCRs, I should say. It's Alexander Davison who takes the win. 23 seconds his gap at the line from Ross McFarlane. Often Woodhat's just dropping off a little bit towards the end. 41 seconds though, it's a lockout for WSR. Leo Brown finishes 4th ahead of Logan McKenzie, who held off Mark Calver and David Baker towards the end of that race. Matt Caruana finishes 8th ahead of Jack Bolton and Jack Jeffries, who round out the top 10 after their battle. 11th for James Burmey in the end, 2 laps down, along with Jay Curley and Marcelo Reales, who did drop to 13th in the end. Stephen Walker finishes 3 laps down, even after his late technical problem. He finishes 14th ahead of Tobias Siegner, trailed by Xavier Sanchez, as we saw for so long in that race. Major Monteves and Matthew Repka and also Shuma Fukuyama finished 3 laps down as well, with John Babineau in the only Audi finishing 20th. Ronnie Earhart finishes 21st ahead of Michael Hansik in that late overtake. Kirk Sabo gets up to 23rd after starting 60th, with Byron Falcon and Chris Mitchell rounding out the top 25. Lewis Clark was in the Maple T Racing Team car at the end ahead of Isabel Matthews, with Patrick Elkstein 5 laps down in the end. Richard Dempsey and Harry Fox 8 laps down after returning from crashes. 9 down for Remo Grossenbacher and Joel Demonso. Then it's Jung Soo Moon, who qualified in the top 10, finished 14 down in 33rd in the end. And Matt Malone finishing 34th on his own, 17 laps down. JD Rodriguez retired fairly late on, as we saw. James Cullum did sneak out at the end to finish 37 laps down and get classified in 36th. Dylan Freckleton, Niels Bockhard, Lars Vela and Etten Rudgman all retired in the last third of the race. The bottom 20 all retired fairly early on, around the Casey Smith, Kaiki Pirapo, Taurus Vosberg, Oris Zillenkas and Andrew McKinley rounding out the top 45. Simon Trendo was 46th ahead of Matteo Di Feo. Eric Goldner and Kasper Rushoy Anderson retired early on as well. And then all of these in the first 15 laps. Pascal Ferreira dos Santos Costa, Diego Villarreal de Leon, Guillaume Hamling, Giacomo Murgia, George Tyler, who qualified well, Jacob Behrens, Ian Bertolucci, Andrew Pike, Lucas Lingvist, and James Corban, rounding out the 60 drivers that took part in this race. I haven't got any of the WSR Esports drivers in here just yet, but we do have Logan McKenzie, who finished in 5th place in the end. In that one, a good afternoon or evening, Logan. Good to have you with us. P5 at the end of the inaugural Thruxton 4 hours. How are you feeling at the end of that race?
I need a shower and I need to lay down, but that was a lot of fun. It's nonstop around this circuit, that's for sure. You're always it's a big physical ask.
Yeah, what was your experience like before this event with this circuit? How much experience, how much racing had you done around here?
A decent bit. The touring car league that I ran a race here on Monday, so we all got up to speed a little bit at that point, and then the real switch was everyone started to kind of find out the Honda was the best with tire wear. So I had never driven the Honda for this long, so that was really the new part of the experience for me.
Well, congratulations on coping with it so well and getting a top 5 this afternoon. And thanks for chatting to us at the end as well.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Thanks very much. Logan McKenzie, P5 here today at the Thruxton 4 hours. Mark Calver is also comes to join us, finished just in behind him in 6th position. Welcome in, Mark. Good to have you with us, and congratulations on such a great run through the field. Tell us first, though, how this race started for you. Not in the fashion you would have hoped for.
No, definitely not in the fashion we wanted. So I'm not really sure what happened. I turned my engine off when I gridded up, just so I always do to save a bit of fuel. And then for some reason, I don't know whether it was a wheel issue or I couldn't turn my engine back on. So yeah, I had to do a pit lane start, which is not ideal around here. I think I lost about 50 seconds on the leaders. And then, as you say, yeah, super fun race. Really enjoyed it. Like, it's non-stop, this track, like physically, mentally. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Shame I just couldn't get Logan at the end there, but yeah, I mean, it's a good recovery, so.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, up over 50 places, I guess we can say at the end of the day, which is pretty crazy. You mentioned it's pretty much non-stop around here. Must have been even more so for you. What were the places in terms of making overtakes around here that were really key for you today?
I think kind of just opening the corners up. When there was a lot of cars close together, they were kind of following each other, and it was trying to open up one corner, I think maybe 2 or 3 corners ahead, and just trying to get a run maybe down the back straight before the last chicane. But it is really, really difficult to overtake. You have to be really careful. To be honest, majority of people were really clean, really good racing, so hats off to everyone.
Absolutely. Congratulations on such a great run through the field, Mark, and thanks for chatting to us at the end as well.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks so much. That is Mark Calvert, 6th place at the end today after gaining 54 places from the start. I think, Paul, we can say probably driver of the day for running through the field like that, but Alexander Davison, absolutely untouchable, and wins the inaugural 4 hours at Thruxton pretty comfortably in the end.
Certainly. I mean, it's a tip of the hat from me for the top 3. WSR Esports perfectly worked that one out as a team. But yeah, that performance there through the field from pit road all the way to the end there for Mark Calver was absolutely sensational. And yeah, even though Alex Davidson controlled things at the front, it's got to be Calver for driver of the day for me.
Well, that is it for the iRacing 4 hours of Thruxton here, the very first edition. We will move on later in June to the Nürburgring 24 hours, where TCR Racing will return, of course, alongside the GT3s, Porsche Cup cars, GT4s, and the BMW M2 class as well, all new for 2025. We'll be live with that on the iRacing and RaceSpotTV YouTube channels, as always, in the usual place, starting exactly 7 days from now in the at the same time slot as what we did here this afternoon. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Paul Smith, and Hugo Louise has been behind the cameras of this broadcast this afternoon. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in. Until we see you next week for the Nürburgring 24 hours, it's goodbye from Thruxton.